On a fun note, I got poison ivy on my leg for the first time in my entire life. I usually
That's
don't.
always fun.
I usually don't react to it at all. Like I can walk through a patch of it, nothing. Sumac, that's a different story. But yeah, this shit itches like a motherfucker. Drive me
That,
fucking
that
crazy.
that's always fun.
Yeah, it's annoying. But yeah, so yeah, I was also just a random thought popped in my head today about Jake, are you using your college benefits up there? The post 9/11 GI Bill and the Wisconsin GI Bill. Have you been
Yeah,
looking into that?
yeah, Arnie. I already burned up all of them.
Well, why the fuck did you do that?
Because I
You've
got a
got several others. You can do a chapter 1607 or 1606.
Yeah, the repayment program, the student loan repayment program, the one that didn't pay off my student loan.
Well, why in the fuck didn't you use it then? When you're young, dumb, and slow like Schmidt over here. I know you know who I'm talking
Fucking
about.
Arnie.
Yeah,
Arnie is the coolest fucking guy I ever served with.
dude. And honestly, I would not have wanted to see that guy like in a firefight because he would have just been fucking John Rambo. Like he's this old guy that rides a
Probably.
fucking bike around the fob, and then all of a sudden you throw a rifle and some mags and grenades on him, they're fucked.
Riding a bike, he's probably got a fucking M60 left over from Vietnam that he managed to hide from the turn-in when the brigade switched over to 240s. He's probably
What?
still got a fucking M60, and he's got a pintle mount right there on the
Right,
handle.
right. Just fucking right in between, just with a fucking delta mount with one hand,
and for and for some reason that we can't figure out, he actually has the door gun mount off of a UH-1 for an M60. I guarantee it, and that's what he has on his fucking bicycle.
I
He's
just
riding
said that
he's
a delta,
he,
yeah,
yep,
delta
he's
trigger.
riding around on his fucking bicycle with the ching, 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 ching.
No, Devin's working right now. But
He has an yob.
it was funny. Like when we got back and we were like getting all of our ancient computer work to like AKO and shit, and like getting like register for the GI Bill and all that shit. We were at the armory, and Arnie's in there, and he's walking around, pacing, drinking coffee. Did you know that drinking at least 1 to 4 cups of coffee a day reduces the risk of pancreatic cancer by about 86%? Oddly enough, that's what I was gonna. If I would have seen him, I would have quoted him. But like, and then just random facts like that. And he was like, yeah, back when we were there at Reforger in '82 or '84, wherever the hell it was, um, we had the old school.
I think it was 84.
I think it was
Reforger
'84. Yeah,
84.
yep. So we had the old school '81s that were rifled. So when you dropped the round, you'd have to wait a little bit before it went out the tube. And he just stood there. And he drove around in what was that? A fucking Geo Metro?
I don't even remember what
It
he
was
had
like
for
a
a car.
shitty little car. He goes, I get 62 miles to the
That had to
gallon.
have been a Metro then. It had
Yeah,
to have been a
and
Metro.
it was a red. I'm pretty sure it was a red Geo Metro. And he was bragging about his gas mileage, and I was like, yeah, whatever. I drive an F-150, all that shit. And I'm like, that guy was way smarter than we ever gave him credit for.
Yeah, I bumped into him one annual training. I think it was probably 07. It was either 05 or 07. I bumped into him at the old post headquarters MWR at McCoy. The one on the southwest corner of the triangle.
Yep.
And he had an entire like platoon of us just waylaid from doing whatever we were going to be doing, and he
Yep.
was just talking to us about how I used the correspondence courses to learn how to be a blacksmith.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Because, dude, he said, when I was in college the first time, the girls were all over me because I was making pizza cutters, and these pizza cutters were these big pizza cutters, not the little fucking pussy ones that everyone else uses, but the big pizza cutters. And I was making them, and they were sharp, and people were cutting pizzas left and right with them, and the girls couldn't get enough. And I was like, okay. And he was taking 120
120
credits per year.
Yeah, and he was regaling us with stories of his correspondence courses.
Yeah, all
And
the time, all the time.
he's like, correspondence courses are great for promotion points.
And we were
they're
just all
free.
like just dead.
You can do the Army correspondence courses for free, and you can't get in trouble for doing them because they're approved by the Army.
Yeah, it's like, okay, but our give a fuck was busted at that point, and it's like, all right, dude, whatever. Like, we should have listened to him though. We should have done it.
Yes. Well, everybody should have listened to Arnie Thompson.
Yes, that man was fucking an amazing NCO, and was he an officer at one point?
I don't know. I really don't know. I know when I knew him, he was an E6. He ended up getting E7 right before he retired.
Right, but I think he did the same thing that Waz did. Was like he was an officer. I think he made it up to 04, and then gave up his commission for some reason. I don't know. My dad was telling me this, so that's why it's convoluted. It's tertiary information, but like, I think he was an officer and then went back to enlisted at one point. I could be wrong though, but yeah, I mean, that dude was. And here's the thing: when you're a fucking 18 to 25-year-old enlisted dude, we're talking E1 to E6 basically.
Yeah.
You don't want to see him out at a range because all he's going to talk to you about is, well, why in the fuck aren't you in school? Why aren't you doing correspondence courses? You know, when I was there, I did this, and it's like, okay.
And this is the killer part. This was the killer part. You show like you got a time hack. You know you're out doing something. You're on free time or whatever, and your chain of command gives you a time hack. No, your chain of command gives you a time hack, and you're like, okay, Sergeant Thompson, I gotta go. Just one more thing, real quick. And it's like, no, Sergeant Thompson, I gotta go. I've got 10 minutes to get back over there. Well, it's okay. And it's like, okay, you finally get back. You're like a half an hour late for when you were supposed to be there, and your squad leader or your platoon sergeant locks you the fuck up. You're standing at parade rest. Why the fuck were you late, Sergeant Thompson? Oh,
all right, you're good.
Carry on. Say no more.
Yeah, you're good to go. Like you're sitting there just like shaking with anxiety.
I bumped into Sergeant Thompson.
Yeah, and there was I think I've told this on stream before. Maybe I don't know if I told you, but like one of my last drills when I was the PFCIC of all the enlisted guys doing the 240 qual in October of like 2011. I was down there and like nobody else could make it, like NCOs and shit. And so they're like, all right, Birch, you're in charge. And I'm like, I'm a fucking PFC. I have no pull. They're like, yeah, just go. You know what to do. And I'm like, okay. And so we go to the 240 range. I make sure all the guys got their shit, taught them how to shoot and everything like that. And they ended up qualifying expert, all of them. Weird. But anyway, so we're out there and we got done with day qual. So we're just sitting around. And unbeknownst to us, there was a massive shit show. One of the Pogues in F Company lost a fucking 203 barrel in the woods. So everyone...
At least you didn't lose the receiver.
No, but the barrel is still part of the sensitive item, right?
And yes, but at least you didn't lose the receiver.
Well, it's attached to the fucking rifle. Like, how can you lose that? Like, I mean, okay, I don't want to... Yeah. But
yeah.
No, but you know what I'm saying is like, so apparently we found out this later when we got back. Because our range day was, we went out, did day qual, and I was giving my little tips of the trade for the new gunners and everything, like how to use the sights, how to like do the little circular motion.
Yep.
And then you're going to at least hit one on the target up to 800 and past that. But like, so they did that, and everybody, all the new guys who were like, oh, I haven't fired this in space. I'm like, you'll be fine. Trust me. And I go up there in qual, it's just fucking nothing, easy. And then we're just laying in the the tree line behind the machine gun range at McCoy. Yep. There's like a tree line back there behind the tower.
I'm very familiar with it. Yeah.
So we're just laying there, and I'm just like this. I got my PC pulled over my head like this, and and all of a sudden I'm like kind of half asleep, but not really. And I thought it was like a fever dream, and I hear, well, what are you doing? Are you going to school? And I was like,
Oh.
and all of a
And you're like,
sudden,
son of a bitch, he's here.
and all of a sudden, he kicks my fucking feet and goes, "Hey, Birch, how you doing?" And I was like, "Ah, fuck!" And I was about to get up. He goes, "No, no, lay back down, lay back down. Are you going to school?" And I was like, "Not yet." And he goes, "Well, let me tell you about the post 9/11 GI Bill. You know, you got that combat patch on." And I'm like, "Ah, fuck." So he sits there. I'm just
I
like,
know what I'm doing for the next 45 minutes.
oh, dude, I'm just like, I just want to take a fucking cat nap out in the sun. It's nice. Nobody's bothering us. We're out of the way. And my AG is sitting next to me. Brenholt, remember him?
Yep.
He's sitting next to me, just going like he's in the kill zone, but he's just not being targeted at the moment. And he's just like, all right. He pulls his PC back down and goes back to sleep. And I'm like, okay. So he's sitting there like trying to talk me into going to college. And at that point in my life, I was just like, I don't know, you know, whatever. And so it's like, yeah, it was about 45 minutes. He was sitting there talking. He goes, well, how's your dad doing? You know, I haven't talked to him in about 3 weeks. And I'm like, you talked to him 3 weeks ago. He's probably still the same. Like, probably still good.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, you can't get mad at him. It's just like
No.
irritating. I'm like, I
That
want to
man,
sleep.
and he knew every fucking loophole.
Every
fucking
single
loophole.
one. Yeah.
Like that, he went out of his way to find them. And
Yeah.
and then he would share his knowledge with anybody who would listen to him for more than 3 seconds.
I'm gonna message my dad quick and see if what I said is correct. If my dad's gonna be on. Well, I'll just text my dad. He'll respond that way. But yeah, I think I'm pretty sure he was enlisted first, went to college, went to OCS, became an officer, and I think he became enlisted again. But I just want to confirm that because I don't want to fuck up his reputation. So let me see.
How's your well doing?
Oh, good. It's fine. Like, God, that was such good news. Like, because he quoted us around $3,000 minimum, and I was like, ah, fuck, that's gonna suck right now. And then he pulls up the first section. He finds a broken wire. He splices the shit out of it, and he goes, "I tested it. It's working. You got water now." And he's like, "It's like less than $500 versus over three."
Yeah.
So that was great
And
news.
it's like, well, it's gonna hurt for a couple of weeks, but we can afford it.
Well, it's not even going to hurt for a couple weeks. I have that on hand. Like 3,000, that's going to hurt for a couple weeks. But like, yeah,
For me,
just
3,000 would hurt for a couple of months.
right. Let me see. Where the fuck is?
Ooh, I don't know if Zeno's gonna want to come on. 24.5-mile trek today, 85 degrees on his bicycle. Yeah, he's probably spending the evening rehydrating. So I was gonna shoot him the.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to come on, he's more than welcome. But like, fuck yeah, that's a long way. Yeah, I don't know why he just popped into my head today. Like, I was like out in the garage, like organizing shit, and all of a sudden I hear, because I told you the prank that I pulled on Balco, right?
Possibly refresh my memory.
So it was after you were out and everything. And we're at the armory, and I found this pair of like old school, like the old like 90s, 80s glasses, the big fuckers with the gold frames.
Oh yeah, yep.
Randomly, and I put them on.
The ones that Sergeant Thompson always wore.
Yeah, and so I wonder if they were his. If they were, he could afford a new pair. But like, so I put them on, and I was walking around, and I went up behind Balco, right? And I said, "Balco," and he just did the whole like shutter thing, and he goes, I did a perfect voice because Dan was right behind me, and I was like, "Balco," and he goes, he turns around and goes, "Oh fuck you, man, fuck you." And I was
I
pranking
want to
people
know.
like that.
I want to know what was Sergeant Thompson's billet in the battalion. He was always everywhere. But he didn't belong to anybody.
What was his position called?
That's what I want to know.
I was going to ask you that too. Like, what the fuck? Like, Who knows?
I knew the man for 7.5 years.
Battalion retention or call. I don't know what the fuck his actual position was called. I mean, he deployed. He got a fucking CIB.
Yeah.
And it's like,
he deployed
okay.
in 04.
Yeah. He rode his bike around the fob.
It's like, who the fuck did he belong to? Who was his immediate first line supervisor?
Well, when we got back, he was HHC.
I think he reported directly to the battalion commander.
That's what I believe too. That's just a speculation, but like that guy was God. Because the joke I made earlier, it was one thing, like we were doing a classroom thing at the armory, right? And he comes in and he's just, he could sling shit, by the way. This guy could sling shit.
Yeah. I mean, he was formidable in every aspect of everything.
Absolutely brutal. And so he comes in, we're all, all of us Joes are sitting there in a fucking class and we're on break, and he comes in and he goes, yeah, hey, I just want to give you guys this little lesson right here is, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, when you're young, dumb, and slow like Schmidt over here, and you know who I'm talking about.
Schmo.
Yeah, Schmo, exactly. You're not going to make it that far. And Schmo just puts his fucking head down. He goes, oh my God.
And Schmo was not dumb.
Nope. He was young. He was not dumb, and he was not slow. But I think what it was like we had done our PT test, our first one back, and Schmo had not done, like most of us, not done cardio since we got back. It was like 3 months after we were back and shit. And Schmo failed his PT test, his run. And I failed my run too, because I was running by him, and I'm like, really, dude? He goes, fucking upper body, no cardio. Don't do this. He's like, this fucking sucks. So we're running. We did not make our 2 mile, basically. And we get to the finish line and we both, you fucking, oh my God, you fucking, Zimmy, you pieces of shit. What the fuck? You're fucking in the army and everything. It's like, yeah, but you know how it goes. And
yeah, he's fucking yelling at everybody else for not being able to pass their PT test, but I guarantee you he fucking can't pass either. He just made it old enough so that he can waddle it.
Right.
Pass.
There you go. Because he was like in his 40s at that point.
He can't fucking run to save it. He can't run across the fucking drill floor to save his life.
He also can't shoot to save his life. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I never was able to shoot rifle very well either, so I'm not going to say.
You qualified though, right? You qualified? Yeah, he could not qualify. You didn't hear about that?
How the fuck did he make Sergeant Major not qualifying?
A little bit of a pencil whip, I would suspect.
Fucking range officer should have said nope.
He literally told me, when we were in Iraq, because I was working as the unit historian for a couple weeks, right? So I was up at the TOC for a couple weeks, and he told me one morning, he's like, the reason I can't run and I can't really shoot anymore is because I lost 3/4 of my lung capacity when that IED went off in Iraq the first time. I've talked to a bunch of people. Then
how the fuck didn't you get medically discharged?
There you go. So I've talked to a bunch of people beforehand, and he had pretty much the same experience that I did with that VBID going off like 2 T-walls down.
Dud?
No, the VBID that went off like two T-walls down that night.
Yeah.
It was a different night. And you feel the concussion, you feel the heat a little bit, but like you're not right there, right?
Yeah.
And it's loud as fuck. I didn't lose lung capacity from that. I can still shoot. And that's what I told him. I said, I was like having one of those days, or I was having a day in Iraq, basically. And I looked at him and I said, yeah, but first, my dad got, literally blown up, broke his spine, and got hit and multiple times, and he can still shoot expert. He fucking got livid. Well, I guess your dad's just a fucking super soldier then, isn't he? Well, you're following in his fucking footsteps. You can't pass a fucking PT test. And I'm like, that's not true, First Sergeant, first of all. Second of all, my dad is a fucking super soldier. He's a fucking excellent infantryman. Yes. And then he fucking, that's when he really had it out for me. Like really, like forever, it was done.
He doesn't look like a waddling bag of fuck.
Right, because he's like, I can go to Burger King, and I can have whatever I want because I'll burn it
Yeah,
off at the gym later.
and
And
you
I'm
look
like,
you got poured into your uniform.
exactly. And I was like, I've always had a gut a little bit. I've always been a big fucking dude. But
When you were 19, 20, you weren't that big. You were, I
no,
mean,
but
you were
I always had a gut. I always had a gut. I'm not gonna fucking deny that. But I was wearing a medium or a medium long top.
yeah,
He was wearing like a fucking extra large short or regular. And
yeah.
it was like his gut was protruding. And I'm like, okay, fine, fuck you. And so anyway, after I said that to him,
And he always puffed out his chest, so it looked like it. So he made it look like it was
yeah.
like he actually had a chest.
And and I was just like, okay. And then but I was like, yeah, my dad can still qualify expert, and I always qualified expert on everything. I literally so Rogers, when we were doing the qual in Iraq, the paper targets,
Yep.
which was so retarded, but like I'm like, why the fuck are we doing this? Rogers shot most of his holes.
Did you did you see Rogers at when we were at Bliss and we did the taser training? Were you there when Rogers rode the lightning?
Oh yeah.
And he
In that room.
passed out. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
in
he
that room, and
passed
he just
out.
went.
He went.
"Ah!" Yep, just freaking. There's a reason they were like it was a voluntary thing at that point. I'm
Yeah.
like, nope.
Oh, and I found out later once I actually started doing law enforcement training that the way the Army was doing it to save cartridges was very, very not approved by Taser Corporation.
Well, when Dan and Brian did it, they were. I used to have. I wish I fucking had my hard drive, but that's gone forever.
Yeah, I've seen all those videos too.
Do you still have them?
I don't think I do, and if they do, they're
I
on
gotta
a dead
find
hard
somebody.
drive.
I gotta find somebody who does because, dude, it was funny because Dan is sitting there and he's like, okay.
If I have them, they are on this hard drive, and this hard drive is dead.
Okay, I get it. But like, so Dan and Brian are sitting there, and Dan's just doing his thing. He's just looking down, going, "All right, wait for it." And then Brian's freaking out, and all of a sudden you hear taser, 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 and you hear the. Brian starts freaking out, and he's like squirming. You can see it in the fucking video. Brian bonks Dan's head, and there's an arc that goes through their head.
Them. Yeah.
And then Dan goes, "Ah!" He's like screaming, and he's like, "Ah, fuck!" And then we get done, and then I'm like, oh, I'm really glad I didn't volunteer for this shit.
Well, I got paired up with Dahlquist, of course.
Yeah.
And when they hit us, Dahlquist rolled over on top of me. I just went, "Argh!" And Dahlquist rolls over on top of me, screaming. It's like, you motherfucker!
I think we were all in there in that little room for that because I saw Nelly get nailed, and he actually took it like a fucking champ.
Every single time I've been tased, I've just.
Yep. Do you remember Brenner?
I don't remember him specifically getting tased.
Oh, I do, because he was sitting there and he just went.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Like that's it. The guy could not feel pain. Like
when I went to the taser certification after the police academy in 2012, I went with all guys who were in my academy class, and I was the last one to actually get hit, and everybody else was just screaming and fell down. I was the only one who just went.
They just tense up and go. Fuck. Yep.
No, I knew what was coming because I'd been tased before.
Right.
So
OC though, that's a different story. That shit. OC, the shit in tech. I got hit when I was doing the academy or the jail academy in New Richmond. I got hit with OC again. Wasn't nearly as bad because it was the middle of fucking January. Decon was immediate, and I could go outside and whatever. But the first time, man, that was rough.
That was miserable.
That was rough.
But all OC does for me is make me fight harder. That's all it does. It fucking sucks, and it makes me fight harder.
I just can't. I can't deal with the fact that my eyes keep slamming shut. I don't like that.
once that OC hits my face and it starts getting into my eyes, I do not feel pain anywhere else in my body. It makes me fight harder.
You're such a fucking hero.
In the police academy, they actually had to restrain me after I finished the lane. So we got sprayed. Then we had to go in. We had to do a takedown on the red man guy in the red man suit. You know, the full pads.
Yeah, I'm aware.
We had to do a takedown on the guy in the red man suit. Then we had to go engage with an airsoft. We had to engage at a target with an airsoft pistol, and then call for backup on a radio before we could go out and decon. After I did all that, I went out and into decon, and I was punching the ground so hard. The other class that was doing the helping was helping us out. They actually had to restrain me. They actually grabbed me and held my arms because they didn't want me to break my hand, and I didn't feel a fucking thing.
Very hardcore.
Oh, yeah. Shut up, Zeno. Fucking twat.
He's right though.
But no, I fucking hate OC.
It's
the most miserable thing in the world.
I'd say it would go Taser, OC, and the dog.
Never got hit by the dog.
We did in Iraq. We were with the Air Force guys, the dog handlers.
Yep.
We put on the fat man suits, and so I wasn't wearing anything. And so they basically, I had
what
videos
you
of this.
Did there? I see it.
Yeah. Again, I wish I had this fucking harder because we had all this footage on. Just one night, they were like, "Hey, a couple of you guys want to come down and just be bite targets for the dogs because they don't know you and like they know us and everything." And we're like, "Yeah, sure." So we go down there and we put the suits on. They're like, "All right, take off and start running towards there." So I'm like jogging. They're like, No, get back here, run, like sprint." Okay. So I sprint and all of a sudden I hear, "Go!" And then I hear the fucking dog within a second, clear about 50 yards. It was on my fucking arm. And that fucking dog has weight. And through the big fat suit, it was hurting my arm.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, get aggressive, like, spin it around. It was a Belgian Malinois. Do not fuck with those dogs. And
No.
So I'm literally spinning like a ballerina. This dog is completely horizontal, and it's like, parallel to the ground. And it's just whining harder and looking at me like, and I'm like, oh my God, if this was my actual arm, my whole arm would be like torn off.
Shredded. Yeah, it'd be shredded.
It'd be all my muscle here would be gone. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then he called it off. And then I was like, and then they're doing like back bites and shit. And that dog knocked me on my ass because it came sprinting, and it's like 110 pounds of just pure muscle, just wham. And then it knocked me down and then was biting my back. And I was like, okay, this is getting a little fucked up. Yeah. But it didn't hurt me at all. Like it was fine. Like the handlers those Air Force handlers were super professional, and they were like, as soon as they called that dog off, it went off and it sat. Like as soon as they said that, their command. And I was like, oh, that's fucking interesting. I do not ever want to get bit by a dog.
Right?
I mean, I have been bit by a dog when I was a kid, but it was in my ass, which sucked.
And it probably was nowhere near that level of bite.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't it just bit me and then left. It wasn't like the hold on, but the bit me and left, bit through my ass cheek when I was a kid. And it was a Doberman. Interesting.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. And it was that hurt so fucking bad. Like getting bit by a dog is no joke. But anywho, that was, so that's where I'd rank it, even though I've never been tased. From what I've heard from other people, they're like, yeah, it lasts 5 seconds and it's over.
Yeah. I would rather get tased.
And OC lasts, depending on decon, like a day-ish. And then
then for the next 2 days, anytime you get wet or sweaty, it flares up.
It reactivates, yeah. And then a dog, though, that lasts for weeks when you heal, if you heal.
Yeah.
So that's where I'd rank the punishment scale. It's like, if they say taser, if I was like drunk and belligerent and just like, on drugs and shit, I'd be like, okay, try and fucking tase me. they said OC, I'd be like, probably should rethink this. If they said we're gonna call the dog on you, I'd be like, I'm done. Tell me what you want me to do. Like,
Yeah,
at this point, nope.
that would be me at OC. It'd be like, nope, not doing that.
Yep. It's still. I'd be like, I'd think about it, even in like a delirious state.
Yeah,
I'd still think about it. But yeah, the dog is like, no way. Because those fuckers, they do not let go until they're called off.
Nope, there is a limit.
Yeah, but yeah, it was fun to be able to experience that. And I wish I had that fucking hard drive, but whatever.
Yes, OC is pepper spray.
Yeah. Oleo resin capsicum.
I was just gonna say that. You beat me to it.
Cute. I'll never forget that fucking thing.
Nope.
I've been nailed twice. The second time again wasn't as bad. It fucking, I mean, it sucked.
And
but
tear gas is fucking nothing.
No, CS gas, like it sucks
That's
while
nothing.
you're in the chamber and like you're
Yeah.
exposed. It does suck because the thing I got was it was salty
Yep.
and like it made me like dry heave. That's the part that got me the worst.
What was it for me? It's been so fucking long since I was in the gas chamber. I think that what the worst part for me with the OC was, or not the OC, with the CS gas was the burning skin. Like the running nose didn't really bother me. The coughing didn't really bother me. It was the fact that every exposed inch of skin felt like it was on fire.
So I actually cheated that system. I was told by many people who had been through the gas chamber before, get gel deodorant and rub it all over your neck, your hands, and your face, right? And they weren't bullshitting. And so they said, rub that all over your face because sweat will make it react. And if it can't get to your skin, like it's not going to hurt you as much. So I did that and had very little effects on the skin. However, I've told this before, but I'll say it again to new viewers. My mask did not seal when we went in there because my nose had been broken the day before, and they gave me too small of a mask to begin with. They gave me a medium. I needed a large. So I have a medium mask. My nose is broken, so it's sticking out. And my mask, we walk in there and I'm like, oh God. Okay. And so I'm trying to like push it on my face and like try to get a seal. And I'm like, okay. Because you're rushed when you go in there. You're really rushed. Like they're like, put your fucking, blah, blah, blah. And so you throw your gas mask on and go in there with all your shit. And we get in there and they're just fucking burning those bricks on the fucking tables. And it's like, okay, God damn, I can't show that because then they're gonna be like, you didn't properly use your equipment. So I'm sitting there, my nose is broken. Every time I cough, it pounds on my nose, and I'm like, oh fuck, it's gonna bleed. I'm gonna drown in my own blood. So anyway, we get around, and then they do the whole, name, rank, social security number, all that shit, and pull my mask off, and I blurted it out, and I was like, okay. They're like, open your eyes, and I did, and I was like, here we go. And then try to seal the mask. I pounded it onto my face and I was like trying to seal it. And then I was like, okay, got a good seal. And then I let go and it just popped off. Probably from the deodorant too. Probably from that because it was slippery. And so I'm just sitting there breathing in CS the whole fucking time. I'm like, oh God. So I'm doing shallow breaths. And then they do the whole, turn for us, for my side, it was like a turn to the door, which is right. Like put your fucking helmet and your mask in your left hand, put your rifle in your right or whatever the fuck it was. Could have been vice versa. And then my buddy started fucking freaking out. Like a fucking monkey. Just And they're like, all right, nobody's leaving until he fucking gets his shit right. And so they start screaming at him. Well, what do you do when you're getting screamed at and you're in panic? You breathe in more. So he's starting to like choke. And I'm like, at this point, I'm like, let's just fucking get out of here. I'm starting to dry heave. Another tip that was told to me was eat a very light breakfast, if anything, that morning. So if you do throw up, it's not going to be that bad. Good tip. Because I'm sitting there going, oh, fucking, oh, God. And we were in there for what felt like, an hour, but it was probably like about 2 minutes. So they get this guy kind of squared away. He gets his shit in his right hand, and he's just still doing the like fucking acrobatics. And also they're like, go. And so our side was first. And we get out, and I'm like dry heaving. I can't see anything at this point. And all of a sudden, I feel a big retch coming on. And I'm like, oh, the strawberries that I had for breakfast are about to come up. And so I get out the door and I just go forward. And there's a drill sergeant in the way. I push him to the side. And there's a big fucking oak tree. I hit that. And I just went.
I remember that oak tree.
The big oak tree. The big oak tree. Yep. And
I
just went
remember that oak tree.
like this big retch. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. He goes, what the fuck? Do not fucking touch me. And I'm like, okay. You can yell at me. Yeah, I'm fine. Get the fucking line. So flap your arms, all that shit. Okay. Get out. And we get out there. I just remember I had a really bad headache for the rest of the day. Like, that's it. It goes away in about 2 minutes when you're outside. It's gone. That's why I take CS over OC about 3 times over. Because, yeah, it's fucking... Ugh. But, yeah, the gas chamber is not as scary and as bad as everyone makes it out to be.
And to be fair, at basic, they are really cooking it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're cooking it about 4 or 5 times the concentration it needs to be.
Yeah, it's thick. And it just, again, the salty taste with the burning just hit my gag reflex. And I was like, uh-oh. But.
Yeah, I really don't mind. I really don't mind tear gas.
No, and there was a dude in our platoon who was he was the only reservist we had in our platoon. It was mostly active duty and National Guard, and then one reservist. He's from Michigan, and the drill sergeants that were doing their AT for reserves were from the unit that he was going to be in, and so they made him go through a second time with no protective gear, no mask, no nothing. And they're like, if you're going to be in our fucking unit, you got to fucking do this. And most of the drills were sitting in there with no masks, by the way. They were just sitting in there, just taking it.
Yep.
Because they had a tolerance to it. And this guy goes through a second time. He comes out just fucking heaving. But he did it. And I felt bad for him, but I was like, okay. And then I had a headache the rest of the day. That was the only time I had a fucking headache in basic.
I don't remember basic that vividly.
Well, I mean, mine was not that far after yours. I just have a weird memory of things.
Yeah, I know. So, you remember things that I have no recollection of whatsoever because I just blanked it all out and just fuck it. I don't care.
Right, and I can't remember what I had for fucking lunch yesterday, but I'll tell you what, it's kind of a cool thing because, I mean, some of the shit I probably have just off a little bit, but it's as close to... I mean, I've talked to other people too, and I was like, hey, you remember this? They're like, oh, yeah. I'm like, okay, so I'm not that far off. And yeah, it's just funny, like the fucking... I only remember that day vividly because, like, most of the days in basic, I don't remember them at all because they're just whatever. But like that one was because my nose was broken. I remember that, and that my mask didn't seal, and I was like panicking, and I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah, I remember the standout days, the days where we were doing stuff that was like one time only, unique training. Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, just like walking around doing random shit. I don't remember most of those days. I remember it sucked because it was fucking hot, but like that's about it.
Or all the fucking days spent in the fucking classrooms.
Oh Jesus, man! Like that was probably the worst part.
Yeah,
because like when you're out in the field, you can stay awake. It's not that hard.
No. Or if you're out in the field, you're spread out enough, and there's enough of you that you can actually
take turns. Yep.
Catch a nap.
Yep. And but the classrooms were just fucking. I
swear they purposely set the AC in the classrooms to the perfect temperature to make people fall asleep.
Oh my god, it was so fucking nuts. Yeah, it's just like because I fell asleep with my eyes open one time, and we're sitting there, and I'm just sitting at the table, and I'm like, I just remember I'm fading, but I'm like, I felt my eyes fluttering, and I'm like, nope. Drink some more water.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I remember I woke up because I was asleep. I was my battle buddy told me, he's like, after this incident, he goes, I looked over at you, and you were like just I was out, but my mouth was open, And this drill sergeant comes up, slaps his fucking hands on the table, and I wake up, and he's like, close your fucking cock holster, private. Yeah, I saw you. Y'all were ready for fucking landing. Get to the back of the classroom. Who's your battle buddy? And I'm like, and he goes, all right, you, my battle buddy, go with him in the back. Do jumping jacks so y'all can wake up. I'm like, fuck, I just screwed him. And
Yeah.
so we went back there and oh god.
I don't remember, but early on, like red phase, if you stood up and went to the back of the classroom on your own,
Yeah.
did they fuck with you?
Nope. Nope. They actually told us to do that. They're like, if you're gonna fall asleep, stand the fuck up, get to the back of the fucking classroom, and just stand there at parade rest. Okay. So that's how they handle. Like, no, they didn't fuck with you. But if you fell asleep at the table,
Yeah.
you're fucked.
Yeah. And it was about 20 minutes before people started nodding off. Once everybody sat down, it was about 20 minutes.
If that, because the shit was so dry. It was so fucking boring. Like, oh god, it was just like the worst. And then you're right, the AC was set because we didn't have AC in our bays.
No.
Or outside, but like the AC was set so perfectly in those classrooms.
It was like 68 degrees.
And it wasn't just me either. It was a bunch
No.
of people that fell asleep and they're like, all right, IED, you three, you go back and you do fucking jumping jacks, side straddle hops rather, and until you fucking die, until you're awake.
Little man in the woods.
Oh, those are awful.
They're banned. You're not allowed to do those. They cause injury.
The reason they gassed you some basic is because they want you to have confidence in your equipment that it's going to be okay if there's a gas attack.
Yeah, that your gas mask will work and you'll be able to breathe.
They don't factor in nerve agents and all that shit, but hey.
Because a lot of people that have never had to wear a gas mask before, they put it on and they get claustrophobic and they start panicking.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a comfortable thing. Yeah.
No. It's also one of the reasons why they do the battle march and shoot.
That fucking sucks, but you have confidence then that, hey, you can do it.
Yeah.
Like you know,
basic training is they say basic training is 90% mental and 10% physical. Well, the 90% mental is learning that your equipment works, you become confident that your equipment works and that you can handle whatever it is that's being thrown at you. That's what they mean by 90% mental.
Yeah, and yeah, it's also getting over personal barriers like lack of sleep,
pissing next to somebody.
Yep, pissing, shitting next to somebody, you know, just getting closer to people. Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Cuddling to stay alive.
Yeah, and that's what basic training's. It's just a mind fuck for the most part. Like, yeah, it's very physical. It is, but that's
the
about
physical
10%.
part's not the hard part.
Well, also the physical part can be mitigated by your mental state. Like if you want it and you go, hey, I can do this. I'm going to fucking do this. You can. My fat ass made it through. I wasn't this fat then, but like I made it through.
So did I.
And it's like anybody can make it through at that point. So
yeah. And the part that drove me absolutely fucking insane was the guys that couldn't make it through, the guys that dropped out, the guys that quit, they were passing everything they did physically.
It was a mental thing.
Every single fucking thing that every single one of them did, of the guys who washed out, they were passing everything. And they were passing it in some cases better than I was. But I wasn't quitting.
Yep. Yeah, I can relate to that. And that's the thing is like it's it does make you mentally stronger. In some respects, it's like, yeah, I overcame all this shit. You know? Like they realize that, hey, I can ruck march and I can shoot well with every weapon system. And I don't quit. That's all you need. If you're gonna be dumb enough to join the military nowadays and you're getting there and you're like, I can't do this, that's a mental thing. Mm-hmm. And the quickest way to get out of basic is to graduate.
Yes. If you decide you don't want to graduate and if you want to wash out, they're going to send you to a place called RHU, Return Home Unit. And it is a black fucking hole and you will be there for 9 months or longer.
Yeah, because I've told this before, but it's an anecdote. When we were going at the end of our cycle, which is about 16 weeks total with 30th AG, we were going to pick up our Class A's that were fitted, and we were getting our Class A's handed to us by guys who had washed out in reception or like week 1 or 2 of basic. And I said, "Hey man, how's it going?" They're like, "We're not getting out of here." And I was like, "Shouldn't have quit. Shouldn't have
What it
quit."
boils
They
down
gave
to.
you they gave you plenty of options to not quit because they don't want you to quit, right? But they quit and they were suffering for a lot longer than I was in
Yep.
basic. So, um, you know, it's fucking. It's just again, it's a mind fuck. It really is. So, and it's not gonna straighten you out. You know, if you got problems and shit, it's not gonna straighten you out and make you a better person. That's like a very rare case because, like, again, I think Jake and I were talking about this privately the other day. Like, you can be a piece of shit before you join the military. You join the
And
military,
you're still a piece of shit.
you're still a piece of shit. Now you've got a more cocky attitude, and you're a piece of shit while you're in, and then you're a piece of shit when you get out. That's just the way it is, right? So that whole like it'll straighten you out thing, that's kind of a fallacy because it's all about you and what you make of it. And again, if I can make it through and Jake can make it through, it's mental.
If Matt Jeffson can make it through, if Nate Carr can make it through.
Oh, by the way, my dad just got back to me. Yeah, so Arnie retired as a major and then got back
Doesn't
in.
surprise me.
Yep. So, yeah. But yeah, so he was enlisted, went to OCS, got 04, went back down to staff sergeant. Sound familiar?
Yeah, sounds like Waz.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, they were great leaders and great mentors, I will say.
Yeah.
Mentors is like they were good leaders, good combat leaders, but like mentors is what I would say those two guys were the best at.
I never saw Arnie Thompson doing any infantry tasks. 7.5
My
years
dad did.
7.5 years I knew him. I never saw him actually carrying a weapon or wearing body armor.
My dad did, and he was with people who did as well.
Oh, I know he was there.
No, but like
I know he did it.
He could bring the sauce, is what I'm saying. From what
Yeah.
Tertiary again, but like he could bring the sauce. But that's probably why he was such a good mentor, and like knew how to work with people. But the accent, and the voice.
Would you guys have joined the military if you could do it all over again?
Yes.
Probably. Except I probably would have done things a little bit differently at the end. And I probably would have ended up re-enlisting as a result.
Yeah, I don't know if I can say the same.
Well, if I could go back with all the knowledge that I have now, if I could transfer all of that knowledge back into stupid 17-year-old me about how to survive in the military and how to get by in the military, I would have done it back then. And I still would have been combat arms up through the second deployment. But I wouldn't have done what I did to get my Article 15. And then I would have re-enlisted, but I would have made reclassing to like supply or something part of my re-enlistment.
Right. Yep.
I would have done the infantry stuff, yes. But when I re-enlisted, I would have made it part of my contract that I was going to reclass to something other than infantry.
I guess the only thing I would change is I would have gone active duty.
Oh, I probably could have done that after I got back, but no, I was already dating my wife by the time we got back from deployment too. So.
Right. No. For you deployment too, but like I would have initially joined as active duty if I could go back and change one thing, but I would have still done 11 Bravo, and I mean that could have worked out better. It's a whatever, but to answer your question, yes.
Back then, yes. Modern military, fuck no. Current day military, fuck no.
It's definitely different. So
I actively tell people do not join the fucking military unless you have zero other options.
Yep, we're on the same page with that. Like
Like,
it's
if you can go down to a local factory and get a job running a fucking press for 10, 15, or for what would it be, like $25 an hour, go do that instead of joining the military.
yep.
If all you're doing is putting something in press, push button, wait for press to cycle, take it out, put it on pile. If that's all you're doing for $25 an hour, that's better than joining the military right now.
Yep, fuck yeah. Unless you do something that's got a transferable like tech skill or a physical skill.
Or electronics.
That's what I mean by physical.
Oh.
Okay. And that's like that's kind of tech and physical. But like
Yeah.
yes, unless you've got unless you're going to join with something that actually transfers over, or like
some
even
sort
medical,
of maintenance,
or even
medical.
medical. If you want to go into the medical field, yes, the military is a good start for that.
Yeah.
Whether you get into a combat unit or not, it's still a good experience because you're going to be working with doctors, enlisted people, everybody.
If you want to be a radiologist, go into the military as an X-ray tech.
There you go.
Because
it's a lot of credits.
Because military X-ray tech certification transfers over to civilian radiology.
Yeah. So does I'm pretty sure my buddy who was a Navy corpsman, Greenside, I'm pretty sure he got his EMT cert. He just had to test out. He didn't have to go through the classes.
Yep, he had to. It's the same with medic, with combat medic.
Yeah, it's 68 whiskey. Yep.
You can get out as, if you go in as a 68 whiskey civilian side, that'll transfer right into EMTI.
Yep, and you know, I think I told this before on the stream, but you know how many credits Jake and I got? We got 8 FIAD credits.
Oh, what did we?
We did. You should have cashed those in.
It wouldn't have mattered for what I went to school.
I know. I did. I used them for my 4 year, so I didn't have to take a PE class in my 4 year. I was like, yeah, I'll just fucking cash out those 8 FIAD credits. Lovely. But that's all you get for as far as college is concerned. You get a lot more skills and shit, but like would any of you two ever envision doing a tour to a European theater, either past or current selves? What do you mean by a tour? Like a combat tour or just a tour? Like being stationed somewhere? I don't know how to answer that.
I'm being visited.
Yep.
If he doesn't get distracted.
Yep.
Nicodemus is crawling down the hallway. And he got distracted with the gate.
Is Rob coming on?
I can ask him again. I shared the link with him.
I should have linked with Chris too, but all right, I'm gonna go take a quick piss break.
Okay. Fuck them. Straight up fuck NATO. Nobody in NATO has ever helped us with anything, so they can get all bent if something happens to them. Boop, boop. They don't even, most NATO countries don't even spend enough money on their own military and defense budgets to maintain a standing military of their own, capable of defending their own territory, their own home territory, let alone expeditionary. My viewpoint is, if a country wants the United States help with a military action, they better be able to help us on our home soil, if need be. If they can't get here to help us on their own, then they don't need our help. But okay, I'm going off onto a rant. I'll wait until Mike gets back to continue this rant. Hi, Nick. Hi, Nick. Nick is almost one. This is Nick. He's going to be one in, what is it, the second today? Yeah, it is the second today. He's going to be one in 11 days. And what are you looking at? He's looking at one of my monitors. And that's Mrs. Bravo. That's Mrs. Bravo.
Who am I waving at?
Everybody who's watching.
Oh, hi.
And she's currently running off to find out what the 2.5-year-old is doing. But yeah, Mike, I just fielded a question from Alexi about helping. You know, would we go help a NATO country if something was called out?
Nope.
That's what he was referring to. Hi, Nick. No.
Nope.
And what I said when you were gone was, I have no issues with the U.S. helping a NATO ally if that NATO ally has the capability of coming here to assist us with a military action on our own soil without us bringing them here.
Right. And that's not. Yep.
And that's what I actually said this on Twitter about Warrior Poet Society. Or is that what he is? Yeah, Warrior Poet Society posted a poll on Twitter earlier this week asking, what are should Israel be an ally, an enemy, or neither? And then somebody challenged me to explain when I said neither. Well, my explanation was, okay, Israel should be neither to the United States because, number one, they're not a close trading partner. You know, they are a trading partner in some respects, but they're not a close trading partner.
It's a pretty one-way trading thing, though.
Yeah, we don't really get much from Israel. Number two, they're not a member of NATO, first of all, but so they have nothing to offer us. They're not a close trading partner, and yes, they use a lot of our equipment and base a lot of their training off of our training. But if we were to get into a shooting war on our home soil, regardless of where this home soil is anywhere in the world, Israel doesn't have the expeditionary capability of supporting us. And that, I think, should be the defining line over anybody who wants the U.S. as an ally, as a military ally. We have the expeditionary ability to help you anywhere in the world within 24 hours. We can get fighting forces to you anywhere in the world.
Yep.
Can you reciprocate? Can you get meaningful fighting force strength to anywhere the U.S. needs in 24 hours? My guess is the answer is no to every single country on the face of the planet.
Canada.
Yeah, but Canada can't get to our overseas territories within 24 hours. Maybe Japan, because Japan's actually got a pretty decent navy, even though it's not technically a navy. It's a coastal
defense force.
Yeah, It's a coastal defense force. But no, Japan's got a pretty decent expeditionary capability.
Yeah, but they're not going to want to fucking take all their navy or even half the navy forces to go help us, because then they're vulnerable to China.
Exactly.
Yep.
But they have the expeditionary capability.
They have the capability, but like, is it feasible? Like, are we?
It's not feasible for them, but they have the capability. Let's see, who else has the expeditionary capability who's currently an ally? Poland has the strength but they don't have the expeditionary capability. They don't have the global logistics capability.
Yep.
They don't have the ability
I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Poland is probably the closest on the European continent to being able to actually be a military peer ally. Britain used to, before they decommissioned all of their fucking ships. Can you go with mama?
And Poland
Love
does
you.
have access to
I
the
love you.
ocean
I love
or
you.
the sea,
Yes.
the North Sea. But
Yeah.
like,
But they have to
so
go around Denmark.
yeah, but still, I mean,
But
with air and sea, like they, yeah. I mean,
Poland
yeah,
is the closest. Poland is the closest one, in the European theater, to be able to have the logistics of supporting us, of being able to send their combat strength to support us. They're the
Right.
closest one.
No, I agree with
And
you on the fact that it should be reciprocal. I really do.
Yeah.
Um,
If we have the ability to support you anywhere in the world, you should be able to support us anywhere in the world without using our logistics, with using your own domestic logistics.
well, that's the thing is the U.S. does very well. That the reason they're so good, it's not that our combat troops are decent. I'm not gonna like fucking lie, but like they're not the best in the world as far as combat troops. However, our logistics are impeccable.
Yeah, and
Absolutely impeccable.
that's because we had to learn the hard way through 2 world wars trying to
Yep.
support our forces in Europe and in the Pacific.
Yep. So yeah, basically to answer your question, Alexi, my opinion is no, I would not.
Nope. And the US shouldn't be there either.
The U.S. should be. They should have a small presence, like most militaries do around the world, on bases where they're welcome and they want them to be there. We should not have huge bases everywhere in the world. But yeah, oh, then that's why we have better logistics. It's like, yeah, but why are we fucking? Again, it
There
goes
in
back
the
to the
first
point
place.
of why are we there in the first place? Is to protect other people. And it's like, at one point you have to reel it back and be like, you got to worry about number one, right? You have to. Every country does that, and I don't blame them. We should be doing the same thing, but for whatever reason, money got this cough lately. We decide to have bases everywhere, and we are considered the world's police. And I don't think that's right.
That all boils down to the size of Navy that we had at the end of World War II.
And we still have. It's pretty fucking impressive.
Yeah, but we don't have anywhere near the size of Navy that we had in World War II.
No, and we shouldn't have
in
to.
1940. No, the problem is, and I've actually studied this a little bit. The problem is that in 1945, when there was no fighting going on, and Japan was in ruins, and Europe was in ruins, and the U.S. has got troops literally all over the fucking world, millions of troops spread out across the face of the planet, and we had thousands of ships. We had hundreds of warships and thousands of cargo ships. Well, we started surplusing off all these cargo ships. We started selling them off to private enterprises, private companies all over the world to be, cargo ships for global economic reasons.
Yep.
And what did we? And the U.S. was sitting there like, well, how do we make sure that our U.S. flagged ships are going to be safe in foreign waters? Well, we got 500 fucking Fletcher class destroyers. We'll just send out our Fletcher class destroyers all over the fucking world to patrol local waterways. And who's gonna fuck with a Fletcher class destroyer in 1945 to 1955? First of all, the only people with a navy at that time were allies during World War II. And second of all, everybody saw what the U.S. Navy was capable of in the Pacific in World War II. And so they're like, yeah, we're not going to take a shot at a Fletcher class destroyer, because if we do that, there's going to be an Iowa class battleship or an Essex class carrier strike force coming barreling at us at 35 knots.
Don't fuck with our ships.
Yeah, don't touch the boats. as the habitual line crosser likes to say. So from 1945 onwards, the United States Navy became the global oceanic police. Nobody
Yep.
fucked with anything that when there was a U.S. Navy ship anywhere within radar range,
Right.
or
Because again,
anywhere within radio range, because
don't
you
touch the
weren't going to
boats.
run away from the U.S. Navy.
Right.
We had more boats than we knew what to do with. We were fucking giving them away. We had so fucking many.
Right.
And fast forward 70 years, well, we still have that same fucking problem. The difference is that everybody else now has a Navy too, or at least a Navy capable of protecting their own waters. The U.S. Navy should not be the world's fucking ocean police.
And the U.S. other branches should also not be the world's fucking police.
No. No, everybody should be able to take care of their own fucking territory. And the only reason why European countries do not have the military capability of defending their own sovereign territory is because they've been relying on the United States military to be their fucking shield for the last 80 fucking years.
There you go. But the U.S. also had a part to play in that because they volunteered for that.
Yeah, I'm not saying they didn't.
No,
But
it's fucked though, because any way you look at it, everyone loses.
yeah, those countries got used to the idea of living underneath Uncle Sam's fucking umbrella when Uncle Sam put it up to protect them from the rain when they had literally nothing. Well, in the 80 years since, they could have built their own fucking umbrella to protect themselves from the rain. But no, they've been running around underneath Uncle Sam's umbrella, swinging their dicks around and pissing on everybody and complaining that they're getting rained on. All the while, Uncle Sam's standing here with a fucking umbrella that's literally falling to pieces.
Yep. That's a good way to put it, because yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with alliances and like people who are like, hey, we'll help
But it
you.
has to be mutual.
Yes, and it's a very one-way thing. And the US should just be like, all right, well then, our bases, you guys take care of it. Like,
My biggest thing, Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany.
yeah,
If the U.S. really wants to put the screws to our NATO allies, I use the term allies loosely when referring to NATO.
right.
All we have to do is say, Germany, you're going to provide your own fucking national defense, at least on the same level that we are providing for you. And if you don't provide, and you've got 1 year to fucking do it. And if you don't do it, we're going to close down Ramstein Air Force Base and return it to the exact condition that it was in when we took it over in 1945. Everything that we built over the last 80 years at Ramstein Air Force Base, we are demolishing before we leave.
No, we have a habit of just leaving it for people, but like, because it's cheaper.
If we really wanted to put the screws to our allies,
Yeah.
our NATO allies, that's all it would take. One fucking base. Because Ramstein is fucking huge.
Oh yeah, it's massive, and it's like a fucking city.
Yeah,
basically.
that's what I mean.
And,
Everything that the U.S. built on that base, on that air base, we demolish it and we return it to the way it was in 1945.
hey,
Guarantee you if we-
I'm literally for doing that with every fucking base around the world that we have.
Oh yeah, but if we want our allies to actually, contribute their fair share, that's all it would take is one base.
So Alexi says, on a similar notion, European nations that are not in NATO or have any form of partnership with the U.S. also suffer from being unable to protect themselves. It's like, you can't protect us then.
Yeah, if you can't protect yourself, how the fuck are you going to come to our aid should we need it? An alliance is a two-way street. It's the NATO alliance.
North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Yeah, it's an alliance between allied nations.
Well, it's not. It's an organization. But yeah, I know.
But it's basically the United States and our bitches.
Which we pay for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That we supply and we pay for.
Also, at one point, I know it sounds super fucking stupid and whatever. Don't give a shit anymore. If we pulled out all of our people from all around the world and just put them on our coastal defenses and our inner defenses and all that shit, yeah, shit's gonna go down. It's been a fucking. We're the only thing. We're the fucking the rubber bands and the fucking super glue and the duct tape that's been holding the world somewhat together for a bit. It's gonna pop off eventually.
Yep.
It's not gonna last forever. We're just bankrupting ourselves so that when you actually do need help, we cannot aid you because we're going to be so fucking bankrupt, which we already are, that we're fucked. And so
35 trillion in debt.
Yeah. And do you know how much of that debt? Do you know how much of that debt is the burden of the U.S. taxpayer?
It's over 105,000 a person.
It's 99%. Of that debt.
Yep.
It's 99%. People are like, oh well, we've got so China owes us a bunch. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't.
China is literally buying chunks of the United States sovereign territory in Western states, land that belonged to the federal government.
Yep.
Most people don't realize this, but in the continental United States, there's still something like 30 to 40% of the land mass that the federal government owns.
Yep.
It's mostly in the Rocky Mountains and the western states, but still, it's a huge chunk of the of the country's landmass that is owned by the federal government. And that's the land that the United States has been selling to Chinese companies.
Interesting. Color me surprised.
To try to pay, to try to service the national debt.
Yeah, and it's not even putting a fucking small dent in it.
We're barely making the interest payments right now.
You're shooting a fucking BB gun at AR-500 steel is what you're doing.
Like I said, we are barely making the interest payments. We're not far away from defaulting on interest payments. We're not paying on the principal. We're barely paying the interest.
And then now,
and we keep racking up a bigger principal.
And therefore, the taxpayers are getting fucked even further. And
right now, the burden of the national debt, if every man, woman, and child who is every U.S. citizen, man, woman, and child who is currently alive were to pay a single sum to pay off the entirety of the national debt as it sits right now, it would be somewhere in the vicinity of $105,000 per person, man, woman, and child currently living in the U.S. I don't have $105,000 sitting around to give to Uncle Sam.
Nope.
That's more than I make in a year.
Right. So yeah, there's definitely a problem, and I don't know. Those properties just happen to be near some military bases. Yeah, it's interesting, right?
Well, that's because the government loves putting military bases on the worst pieces of property on the planet. They're not useful for anything else.
Yeah, I mean, again, to go with government, it's like you think these people are educated, these people are fucking, they have your best interest in mind. They don't give a fuck.
All they want is re-election.
Yep.
They'll say whatever they have to say to get reelected, and then they'll be like, "Oh, fuck off, go away."
Why would you spend $4 million on a position that pays $120,000 a year?
Because you can make more. You can make that $4 million and then some.
Yeah, with deals and shit like that. But whatever. I mean, it's
every single fucking one of them is bought.
It's gotten to the point where it's like, I don't know. I think we're on the precipice, dude. We're right here, and something's got to give. I'm not talking violence. I don't like violence. I don't condone that. But I'm like, people need to be more active and realize what the fuck is going on, how they're getting fucked, and
they just need to stop voting. Well, I don't like that guy, so I'm going to vote for the other guy.
Well, then don't vote.
Well, guess what? Not voting is a vote.
Yeah. If you don't like any of the candidates, also when you go to the ballot, you can select which people you want to vote for and which
You don't-
people.
Yeah,
just
you
leave it
don't need to
blank.
vote straight party.
You leave it blank if
Yeah.
you don't know or you don't want to, and also know your candidates who are running. Like, if you want the same old shit that's been going on for years, and again, I'm not a partisan. I'm an independent. I don't give a shit.
Well-
I'm saying however you want to vote on the ballot when you go there, you don't have to fill in every fucking bubble. You can just leave it blank, right? For that
You know,
office. So,
here's the worst part is we live in a time period where there's no excuse to be ignorant because everybody has one of these.
yep.
There's no fucking excuse to be ignorant as to what's going on and to who's running and what their platform is.
Well, the thing is, like I was telling Jake the other day, like I met personally with one of the candidates who's running for one of my local or it's a state office, but it's representing my local district. It's basically Wisconsin doesn't have a state house; they've got an assembly. Same thing, same idea, but they call it assembly. I met with him. We had breakfast and we just talked. And I was like, okay, based on what you've said, I'm gonna help you out any way I can. And I didn't do it financially because I don't do that shit. But like, hey, I put a couple signs out, whatever, and I'll support him because I believe in him because he's an actual person who sees problems. He's not perfect. I'm not perfect. Jake's not perfect. But it's something that like I think and this is all around the country. This is just my local district. So like if you research your local candidates, even if you can't do a face to face with them, research what they stand for. Actually read between the lines. Because for example, the guy that's running for this, the two other candidates that he's running against in the primary are just kind of hardcore Republicans, like, oh, we got to fix the border crisis, do all this, like federal issues that has nothing to do with the office that they were running for, right? But it's just talking points and all that shit. On his website, it's, oh, well, we want local towns and whatever have been screwed over by this financial thing and, big corporations and stuff like that. We want to try and get the small towns, and here's how I want to do it, blah, blah, blah. That's what he actually can influence, right? Okay, I was like, that's good because you're not bullshitting people. You're not just saying, oh, well, here's what's being talked about on the news. No, you're going, here's what I want to do if I get elected to this position, which I actually have purview over.
Yeah.
And, that's the thing too, is like everybody's got access to it. You can go on their websites and read what they're actually about. And if it aligns with you and whatever, that's cool. But like, just make sure you understand that there's a way it's been forever and there's a way that can change. And I'm just sick of the old way because that's running us into the fucking ground really fast.
Yeah.
And again, I don't give a shit if you vote Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, as long as you know who you're voting for. That's all I ask.
And you know what their policies will be.
Right. That's the thing is, yeah, exactly. Like if you just see talking points and you just see like what's on the news and talking points, maybe look a
Andrew
little bit
Olson is
deeper.
absolutely correct. And he is absolutely 100% correct.
Yep. And it applies to every party, every position of office. This guy spent very minimal money, so I like that.
So I'm gonna probably give away a little bit too much, but when I was in middle school in the mid 90s, Ron Kind was elected to my district's House of Representatives position, federal level. He just left office 2 years ago.
Yep.
So where I live now is actually in the same district. It's on the other side of his district, of that district, but it's in the same district. And I was looking at the district map when I moved here because I wanted to see who my House of Representatives elected official was. And I was like, you're fucking shitting me. My house is in Ron Kind's district. What the fuck? Because 2 miles in any direction from my house was Tom Tiffany's district.
He's also
Because
a neocon.
Because there was one little finger of Ron Kind's district that came over from that part and came north. And why? Because a mile away from my house, there used to be a trucking company that got bought up by Schneider last year.
Oh, Rob's run.
And Ron Kind, guess who funded his original campaign when he got elected back in the 90s?
That trucking company.
Not that trucking company, just trucking companies in general.
Right.
The transport industry, trucking and rail. So, of course, he gerrymandered the district to include that trucking company. That was a mile away from my house.
Bleeping and fail?
What?
What's that?
Bleeping and fail?
Bleeping and fail? What the fuck does that mean?
He said trucking and rail. Bleeping and fail? I'm just catching up. He said something about trucking and rail, and I'm like,
we're just bitching about freaking politics a bit, like
we can blame the Austrian for this one because he's the one who brought the topic up because he asked about NATO or he asked about NATO allies, and we basically both said the same thing: fuck them unless they can help us.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
It goes both ways. Hang on a second. It needs everyone to participate. Let's just say that.
Yeah, well, exactly. And well, like Jake was saying earlier, is here's the thing: is like, so say Germany or Romania or Bulgaria or Hungary, whatever. If we were to,
or France.
Yeah, or Britain or France, if we got invaded tomorrow, right? Would they be able to react and send a huge force within 24 hours to help us?
On any of our sovereign territory anywhere in the world. I mean, this could be Guam, for crying out loud. Guam is U.S. territory.
Yeah, they got the British Virgin Islands. But yeah, probably not. There are a few that could lob a few large weapons in certain directions if that was on the table.
We're not talking about that level. We're talking about conventional.
No. Like most militaries are in complete fucking disarray at the moment. That's actually the biggest problem. That's something we're talking about in Europe a lot. I think it's no secret that it's on public record that British military is going, we need to be able to fight an actual real battle in like 3 years' time. It's like
Britain should be doing what Britain should have done 10 years ago, what Poland started doing 10 years ago.
Well, no, okay. This is part of governments going stale. The Tories were in power for a very, very long time, and regardless of where you sit on the spectrum, anyone who's been in power for that long, the government goes stale. So you need to have a refresh at some point.
I agree.
So this is why you have term limits.
Unfortunately, the British idea of a refresher is electing the Labour Party, who are just as bad. On the topic of national defense, they are just as bad.
I would actually argue worse historically, but they're actually talking sense for it this time, which is just very strange to me. So,
Keir Starmer making sense.
Well, he's not trying to ban Trident again, so that's new.
Yeah,
but yeah. No. I think they got a severe talking to around the back. But yeah, they realize that. By the way, the state the military is in right now that's under Tories. So it's like, they
also the Brits have spent a shitload in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, they did historically, but basically, there's been a problem, which is they had the whole austerity thing, and then the Brexit thing happened, and then it's just. And the economy's flatlined, and no one wants to blame Brexit. No, it's not Brexit. It's just the pandemic. It was something else. No. You voted away all your trading partners and you screwed yourselves. Sorry, I'm saying this comfortably from over the other side of the Atlantic, but it's like,
because you're not going to have MI6 knocking on your door.
No. Six will be visiting anytime they like. 5 won't. That's a whole different thing.
No, so we were just talking like basically we think that, or Jake and I both think that after World War II, the U.S. had its own problems, and one of them was giving the illusion that we'll fund your military, not your Great Britain's per se, but like
general
NATO's
Everybody
military.
else.
We'll fund you guys and we'll protect you. We'll be there for you because we have all this shit left over from the Second World War. And then they got weak because they were like, it's kind of like a domesticated animal. You keep feeding them, and then they have to go out and hunt, and they fucking die. They haven't kept up with their instincts and everything, and it's like, I know I understand a little bit about why that happened. I just don't agree with it, and I think it's really bad for everybody in Europe.
The whole idea was that we were going to fund everybody's defense or subsidize everybody's defense so that they could recover.
Right.
And they recovered economically, but they never recovered. They never decided to recover militarily. They're like, oh, we don't need to because America's here.
Well, okay, so let's pick apart Europe there one by one. Okay, ignoring little European Texas.
Let's leave Britain out too, because up until the 1980s, Britain was actually on their fucking game when it came to their own national defense.
Still are when it comes to national defense. Defending anyone else, no.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
But when it came to their military, Britain was actually proportional in power to the U.S. Obviously they're not as big. They don't have the reach that the U.S. did after World War II, but they didn't slouch on what they had.
That's
until about the 1980s.
No, post 80s. So it's post Thatcher, post Reagan, post Cold War, basically. So up until
it actually started coming apart during Thatcher.
Well, right at the end, because basically she was screwed. But the thing is, there was also the Falklands War. It was actually a war. It wasn't even conflict. There was actually a declaration of war. So
as there should have been. It was a just war.
Yeah.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was. They're endangering many lives, most of which are sheep.
Well, it's terrible. I say it's
God. Yeah.
The reason why I say it, from my point of view, was a just war was because Britain claimed that as sovereign British territory, and they had a permanent population there of British citizens.
All 300 of them.
And Argentina
doesn't matter.
Argentina didn't have a permanent population there.
Yeah, the Argentina only got interested when they discovered that there was oil in the area. That was basically it. We kicked out the French out of half of it. Half of the course.
Well, that's just British pastime. British and French pastime is kicking the shit out of each other.
Of course.
It's like every 3.5 years you guys declare war on each other. You kick the shit out of each other for 6 months, and then you declare peace.
Well, we just stop grumbling and then worry about something else. But anyway, coming back to Europe for a second. So Germany was divided, and they were very, very...
Germany was divided?
Yeah. We're talking about the 80s.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Like north and south, like they had the slave states in the south and the free states in the north.
No, it was east and west there, but the same thing.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. Keep talking.
Leave me alone. Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm still here.
All right. So you had the whole Germany thing, and they were a little bit hung up on the army, and basically they had the US there, and then we had the French doing their own thing, and everyone else really wasn't that interested after World War II.
Why?
That's strange. I don't know. The appetite was gone for it.
You have a couple million people, get slaughtered in the span of 4.5 years, and all of a sudden nobody wants to play games anymore.
And the second time in living memory, that tends to have an effect. But
nobody wants to play games anymore. I mean,
well, there's Jusqu'en Frontier, but the other thing as well that the British, there was a British Empire up until shortly after World War II. It was on its way out, but that was one of the conditions of getting help. So. Yeah, it was. That's an interesting one. I was actually just looking up Lend-Lease because I know I mentioned it last time. We paid it off in 2006.
Yeah, Britain actually did their part. They kept
Yep.
up their end of the bargain. They're
Yeah.
the only ones who fucking did.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I find I find this really amusing. Kind of ironic, but I find it really amusing. So the U.S. declared independence in 1776 from Britain.
Mm-hmm.
We had a kerfuffle.
Not really.
Well,
Not by British standards.
not by Britain. Well, Britain was also a little bit busy elsewhere in the world at the same time too.
Yeah, we're busy creating Independence Days around the world.
Yeah. So we had a kerfuffle. We ended up winning with a little bit of help from the French.
Hey, no, the British won that. We got rid of the French monarchy as a result of that. That was the Machiavellian
that was a net
approach.
win. That was a net win.
It wasn't even a net win. It was a massive win.
Well, you lost the U.S., so it was a net win.
You keep that. You can have that national deficit. Oh shit, I'm involved in that now. Fuck.
So then we had round 2 in 1812, which we also won.
Barely,
because
again they were distracted by the French.
Yeah.
Barely.
The French.
A little short guy decided to start something in
the
old world.
He wasn't fucking short. That's such a fucking fallacy.
I know. There's a little bit of humor in what I'm saying.
I know. I'm being pedantic. Yes. My apologies.
Hey, we got him to blame for opposite. Streets being even numbers on one side and opposite on the other. That's a Napoleon thing.
Wait a second.
Street numbers being even on one side of the street and opposite.
That's
and
Napoleon.
Numbers on the other side.
Huh.
Yeah.
Because it made organizational sense.
Yeah. Strange, but it did.
Except for your street. Except for the street you live on. Where it's odd numbers on both sides.
This is the edge case of all hell for stress testing GPS. Mike, I don't know if you know this. You're going to love this. My street has odd numbers on both sides of the street. Okay? Odd numbers, both sides. It has the same numbers on both sides of the street. It's a county road, and one is in one town. One side is in one town, and one side is in another town.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
And the town centers are in opposite directions. So as you walk down, one way the street numbers are going up, and the other way the street numbers are going down. Good luck getting a package delivered here. Because if you put in the street name, it'll take you to there's two towns. One begins with C and one begins with P. And I'm in the P one. And you put it into the GPS and it takes you to the C one. So we're friends with the other one with the same number as us.
Yeah, and don't all of your missing packages end up at a weed dispensary?
Yes. Yes.
You're in a halal grocery store and the other one's a weed dispensary.
Yes. Right next to the driving school. It used to be a tailor shop, but it became a weed dispensary.
So there was the War of 1812, and we had round 2. And then the British kind of tried at round 3 by supporting the Confederacy during the 1860s.
They supported the Union as well.
Well, they were still trying to destroy the U.S. once again.
No. It wasn't supporting the U.S. It was hedging up bets, and we wanted a trade relationship.
And it was selling to whomever could pay.
Yes, exactly. Very British, mercantile. Exactly.
Yep. So, but ever since then, we've been like inseparable friends.
The way I describe it is the U.S. is the 18-year-old now heading towards 19-year-old jock. Very, very capable, very competent, and you've got the UK, who's a relatively doddering old parent, and the jock can basically push over the parent anytime it likes. However, there's a degree of wisdom and experience coming from that, and the US is busy learning it, even though it goes, no, we're doing it on our own. We're that much better. So the positioning on the world stage is interesting.
But there's also a deep-seated respect in there too.
Oh, absolutely.
We respect the doddering old tea swilling.
Well, yeah. Well, if you didn't, then there'd be no point. Because yeah. But it's an interesting one. The international relationships, it's fascinating.
It's probably one of the strongest, longest lasting international relationships in the history of the world.
prehistory, maybe not, but it's definitely one of the strongest.
I would say Portugal in the UK. That's the oldest one.
Dutch.
The Dutch.
Wait, is that
who?
even a country?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
The most densely populated country in Europe, and also they're fucking huge. It's like
The people are huge, or
yeah, they're all very, very
yeah.
tall, and they all live very, very close. It's like
well, you want to know why they're tall?
because they're Dutch.
They have to be tall because otherwise they would all be drowning.
Now, actually, now you want to talk about international
Like,
politics. This is a fun one. This is fascinating. You've got to respect the Dutch for this one. Okay, I am Dutch. Several hundred years ago. Shit, my population's growing. I've got to feed everyone. What the fuck am I gonna do? China did about the one-child thing. It's like we need more country. We need Liebstrom, or Lebensraum, or whatever it is.
Lebensraum. Yep.
Lebensraum.
Or I don't know what the Dutch word is. Yeah.
But to use the German word, it's like we need that because we're not going to be able to do it. Except we're Dutch, and we got the Belgians are kind of like and then we got France, oh shit, and then we got the Germans, oh fuck.
Luxembourg.
It doesn't really count. So what are we going to do? Oh shit, we will make more country. I mean, hundreds of years ago, that 70% of the Netherlands is new country. We made more country. Come on.
That's why they're so tall, because they know on a genetic level that if the levees fail, they're all going to need to evolve snorkels. And it's faster to evolve height than it is to evolve a snorkel.
Well, that's fair enough.
Did this boil back to the fact that they were Flanders at one point and they were they were a power at one point?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And there was occasional butting heads between the UK and the Netherlands, but they beat us in naval battle. Embarrassing.
They beat the British?
Yes, they did.
Ooh.
Yeah.
George Washington beat the British on Christmas Day.
Not in a full ass fucking naval battle. Not back then. When we actually gave a shit and it was about trading. But yeah, no, they did.
Look into the exploits of the USS Constitution.
They
oh,
fine. Okay, you can have that. You can believe what you like. Like I said, the establishment in the UK was very much like, "What the fuck are you doing to George about? Just give them what they fucking want. Why does there need to be a fucking war?" And he was off his fucking rocker on, lead and arsenic poisoning because the king
drinking out of pewter, drinking booze out of pewter,
and King of England wearing white face because he wasn't white enough as being the King of England. What the fuck?
He was the King of England, not the King of Scotland.
And Scotland too. He was Scotland too.
Well, but he wasn't Scottish, is what I'm saying.
No,
because they don't have sunlight in Scotland.
Jake, let the man speak.
That is just being bladdered. That's a different thing altogether. And then you got arsenic in the wigs as well. So he was out of his fucking mind, unfortunately. So everyone was like, ew. So that's why diplomatically afterwards it got fixed fairly quickly, to be honest. So the Dutch and British, because we were both Protestant countries versus the Catholics. And so that was solidarity.
That makes sense.
Solidarity. That was solidarity.
Yep. The Flemish and because they were the one. Weren't they the Flemish? Weren't they the ones where Martin Luther actually? He was in Flanders, right? Or was he German? Or was he
was German Flemish? Originally, and I think he fled to the Netherlands. Right? I'm not sure the details, but yeah.
So he was like Flemish. At the time.
I don't know the history. Yeah, but basically,
yeah.
That was a stronghold of Protestantism, and then the UK became Protestant because Henry VIII wasn't allowed to get a divorce. So he said, "Fuck you! I'm going to start my own church." Oh, you're excommunicated. I don't care because I'm the head of church. It's like
fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. That's a very British mentality.
Go fuck yourself. And then it did carry over to the US.
Yeah,
too much.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Where did he get it from?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like yeah. Go fuck yourself.
We were talking about bureaucracy before. Offline. It's like I used to think British bureaucracy was pretty fucking bad, but the US has taken it and done a masterclass on it.
It's more refined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes British bureaucracy look like, yep, sure, whatever you want.
Yep. And it's like, holy fuck, we've gotten ourselves into a bit of a pickle here. Ooh.
Small, slight.
Deary me.
Teeny problems.
Oh Christ. But like, yeah, it's so yeah, the thing with like, the modern European situation, like with NATO and everything, like, dude, not one of these countries would be able to physically back us in a conventional war if somebody
Well,
invaded us.
the truth is, if the US ever felt that it needed that, there would be a big problem. That's just never going to happen. No, in a conventional scenario, no one's ever going to take a swing, or at least no one's rational is going to take a swing at the US in a conventional basis.
Right. That's what I believe too. But
it's just not.
But
I mean, that's like beyond suicidal.
But like we were talking about, yes, nobody's capable of taking a swing at us on a conventional level. But if somebody were to be dumb enough to try, we should be able to rely on our allies to be able to come to our aid. And we can't.
Well, it depends on where you are and what's going on. Around
That's
the world,
the problem.
the Brits might be there in a little bit. Certainly the Navy.
That's the problem that we were talking about. There's very few NATO members who have the ability to support an expeditionary military operation away from their own home territory.
Yeah.
The British, if the British hadn't completely defunded their fucking navy and had all of their ships sitting in port rotting away with no crews, then yeah, they would be able to support us anywhere in the world militarily. They'd be able to get their own troops forward deployed. Poland,
not
they've
really
got enough.
Not a navy.
Well,
the French maybe.
You don't need a navy to forward deploy troops. You just need ships. You need to be able to conscript ships.
Well, yeah, the British can do that. That capability is actually still there. It's not going to happen in 2 weeks, but it is going to happen with enough, with a proper logistical run-up.
And I think the Poles would be able to do it too. But the problem is that yes, the Poles probably have the best ground military in Europe right now. And if they don't have it now, they're going to have it within the next 5 to 10 years. But the problem is that they need that for their own territorial defense because they've got bigger problems right on their doorstep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, like Japan, like we were saying with Japan, yes, they have the ability to support us with an expeditionary force.
Did they do their constitutional amendment yet?
I don't know.
Have they done that yet or not? I think they were going to. There was a big brouhaha about whether or not they were actually allowed to do anything more than purely defensive for Japan. Because
that one in Japan, yeah. So I don't know about that, but Poland has the ground capability of supporting an expeditionary operation, but they really don't want to because of their local threat level. Yeah. Japan has the expeditionary capability, but again, they don't want to because of their local threat level.
It's not even local threat level. It's culturally after World War II, it's kind of like the British. It's like, yeah, let's have a no, it's not gun shy. It's like, let's rethink about what we're doing here.
You take that extra step before you just immediately go.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And let's put the barriers in place so the politicians don't go running way far ahead with this shit.
But like Mike was saying before you came on, was that Japan has Russia and North Korea and China right on their fucking doorstep. They really, even though they have the capability of mounting an expeditionary military operation with their own organic forces and ships and planes and personnel, they don't want to because if their military is somewhere else in the world helping us, it's not at home protecting them from 3 major threats.
They'd leave enough capability. That's they wouldn't be running over their air defense. They would be fine. But culturally, their big thing is they don't like stepping outside of their territorial waters because of the last time they did that, and they
kind of got slapped a little bit.
well, it's not even about the slap thing. It's just about yes, that happened, but it's not even about that. It's just culturally, it's like we have changed track completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, don't anyone ever dare, friends with the US, don't ever dare fucking take a step into our war territory, because they will fucking come at it. There will be no prisoners. It will be full on traditional Japanese if you can't take a swing at them. But they're not in an offensive mode.
Right.
That's a different thing.
They're ferociously defensive.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the way I believe we should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my
and
opinion.
the US actually is really.
But we're offensive though. We're aggressively offensive as well. Like that's what I think.
I'd argue a little too much, possibly.
Oh no, you don't have to argue that. Like I completely agree. Like I was telling Jake earlier, like I believe that all U.S. forces should be back in the United States. We can send 15, 20, a couple thousand guys to go train if we're welcome in that certain country.
If we're invited.
If we're invited. And go and have like a couple thousand troops there, whatever, to train with other people and like, okay, whatever. But as far as like, it's called the Department of Defense now, right? It's not the Department of War anymore. So I believe that should be taken seriously. The Department of Defense, we defend the United States.
Yeah,
it's that simple. And then because one of the guys earlier, he's from Austria, and he was like, well, what about non-NATO countries who would be vulnerable if shit went down? And I'm like, unfortunately, we
not
cannot.
Our problem.
We can't provide protection.
The reality is not Team America World Police.
That's what we
literally what
hashed that
Trey
out.
just said on the group chat.
But the one thing I will say is it's been a very historically, and actually I'd say it's a good policy. It's that U.S. has many bases around the planet.
Yep.
And most of them, what are they there for? Let's ask this question. Why are they there?
Right.
What is the purpose of that base? It depends on where it is, but what is the purpose of it? So yeah, that needs to be a thing.
The purpose is, like I addressed earlier with Jake, is the purpose of those bases is so we can rapidly deploy anywhere in the world within 24 hours or less. Well, we can do it within 24 hours coming from the United States, right? So why do we have those bases over there? We're actually paying leases on for most of them, the big ones, like to South Korea, to Germany, Italy, and all that stuff. Like we're paying money to have those bases there. And it's like, okay, well, it's because of the rapid deployment force. Well, we've got that already. If you need help, maybe we'll be there. But again, going back to the original
no, it's not necessarily about the countries. There's two angles to that. One which is shifting. It shifted away and looks like it's shifting back. So you had like Lake and Heath out of the UK, which is a US base. It was a forward strategic nuclear base, actually.
Well, there you go. Yep.
So it's so you take a pop there, you got to take a pop absolutely everywhere, and then that's way shorter response time. You're not going to be able to deal with.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. And
so that's Cold War politics, which is a little different.
But it's still applicable though. It really is.
But then you've also got don't touch the boats.
Don't touch the boats.
Don't touch the boats.
Don't touch the boats.
And and the US has taken over the British view on that one.
I do think, I think the US right now is where Great Britain and France were at one point.
Yeah.
And Spain.
Yeah.
And the Dutch at one point.
Yes, exactly.
Of like, we have the most powerful navy on the face of the earth, right?
Why? Merchant. Protect
there
merchant
you go.
Fleet.
There you go. And it's like, all right, we've got it. Sure. We should not want to use it.
No, using it, sometimes taking a pop of boats. Yeah, absolutely. The whole Straits of Hormuz shit, all that stuff. That's hello. You can't hear me.
No, he can't hear you.
No. But yeah, no. So we're talking about why the base is there. It's like the don't touch the boats. and also strategic Cold War stuff, which is interesting. I think, fortunately, we've backed away from that. I know there's occasionally a little bit of rhetoric around it, but not really. I think no one's really got the stomach for that because they know.
Do you think it's ever going to go away?
No, it can't ever go away.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're stuck with it. But I think, the whole arms limitation shit that they did back in the 80s and 90s. I mean, it's calmed down a lot, and it's like, yeah, okay. I don't think it's really going to escalate. There is that old saying, which is, I don't fear the man with 1,000 nuclear weapons. I fear the man with one. Because
Rocket Man.
That's just negotiation. He just wants it so he can, like, hey, I need food, feed the people.
Right.
It's not really that he's no.
I know.
Because it would not go well, and China would not be very happy for that to happen on their doorstep.
Well, Fallout, yeah,
exactly.
That's
So,
not
but it's mainly for negotiation with China. Threaten the US. China goes, oh, fucking calm down.
Yeah.
That's basically what that is.
And Japan's Japan's like, we know what that's fucking like. We don't want to play. Knock it off.
No.
Well, what they dropped in Japan in 45 are firecrackers compared to what they've got now.
Absolutely. But having a country that's actually experienced that, and there are still people that are alive and witnessed that happen.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. And and also if you actually put it in perspective, there were firebombings in one night that did far more fucking damage than that.
In Tokyo but
it's the concept of a single thing that did that, not
right. And it was that quick, and it was that drastic, and it was just fucking bam.
Yeah.
And then it had fallout too. That's the thing, is like firebombing. Yeah, once it's done, the people who died, okay, the smoke cloud clears. Yeah. But the nuclear fallout, that's the thing that, like, we didn't even realize, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of people who were affected.
Well, that's why there were two bombs. It was an experiment. Okay, what does what? Let's go and have a look.
And then the bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki actually missed. A lot of people don't know that. Nagasaki was a third tier target for that mission because the first target was clouded over. The second target was out of fuel range because the plane was having fuel valve problems.
Yeah.
And so Nagasaki was a third tier target for that mission, and they actually missed the aiming point.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is I agree. So Rob, like, because I took a couple of physics classes when I was in college, and again, I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a physicist at all, but I believe that they dropped Little Boy, right, on Hiroshima, right? And that was uranium, or it was uranium, 235 or 8.
235.
Like the isotope, like the
5 or 8. I can't remember. 235. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either. And then they had Fat Man, which was plutonium, and they're like, well, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. It's not a fact. I think they just wanted to see what plutonium would do because it was a smaller bomb. Or a smaller amount of uranium.
There was a debate because basically what they did. Okay, so I haven't actually seen Oppenheimer, so I'm going from history lessons like many moons ago. But from my understanding, I seem to recall that they had a problem with the design for the Little Boy. Basically, the gun model would not work, and they didn't have enough material to do enough of them. So that's where they got into doing the calculations for doing the compression bomb.
Little Boy used 235.
Yeah, and the whole thing was an experiment. Both of them, because it's like they knew it was going to go boom, but okay, let's
much.
See and what's it do against what's it do against civilian structures? Because the only detonation before them was Trinity, which was on a tower in the middle of the desert. So they didn't know what it was actually going to do, which is pretty fucking brutal when you talk about it like that. But that's basically the mindset.
That's the thing. Is like, that's why I understand. I don't understand. I can understand rationally why the first one was dropped. The second one, I believe. This is my opinion, going out there to the world, that was an experiment and it was dropped on people and
no.
the plutonium.
Well, okay. The logic behind the bomb, blah blah blah. The reason the second one got dropped is the first one's like, holy shit, is wow. Now at that point, it's like, is that it? The second you drop a second one, is like, oh fuck, they could keep.
They got
going with
more.
this. They got
Yeah.
more.
And also,
and
it was a
that's what
message.
brought the surrender.
It was the message to the fucking Soviets as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
It was.
believe, you know, it's
Yeah,
like,
because by then the war in Europe was already done.
yep.
And it's no secret now that Stalin's intention was to let things calm down a little bit in Europe and then continue pushing all the way to the French coast.
Yeah.
Push the British and the US off of the European continent.
Yeah.
So if you can distract them and they go east.
Yeah.
And then little boy.
Yeah.
Like the war in Europe was all done. And things were calming down. Things, you know, everything was starting to coalesce in Germany. You know, the peaceful coexistence, the honeymoon period right at the end of the conflict was done. And the Soviet Union had this massive mechanical army right on the fucking doorstep
and
of Western
and it was
Europe.
mobilized. That's the point.
And it was
already
mobilized, and all the logistics were in place. All the factories were still spooled up to produce munitions and everything else they needed. It would have been, and the U.S. and Britain and France were very combat fatigued.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would have been nothing for the Soviet Union to plow through the rest of Europe and take over the entire European continent.
Well, the Soviets also, you got to factor this in, they were also combat fatigued.
Yes,
They were.
Big time.
But being the type of government they had, the tyrannical, you know, you'll do what we say type government, that wasn't that big of a problem for them militarily. You know, yes, the troops were fatigued. Yes, the equipment was wearing out. But if the government said, no, you're going to fucking do this or we're going to shoot you, well,
That's not how it went. That's not how Soviet doctrine went.
No, it wasn't. The big one though. So the biggest thing,
But
again,
then-
like I said, I went and visited fucking Soviet Russia when I was a kid. It was fucking weird. But the biggest takeaway from that one was they were never able to war again on our territory. That's basically their never war on our territory.
But as soon as a little boy got dropped on Hiroshima,
it's like, oh fuck, yeah,
it changed the calculus of warfare.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
all of a sudden, Stalin realized, I can't go to war against these people.
Well, not now. Not now. I need to have that shiny toy, and that took me a couple of years. And that's where was it? Fuchs, the mole at El Alamos. Bad news. But yeah. So basically, we can't do it without that. And then then what happens is once they get it and they start playing with it, they actually get into the real calculation, right? It's not just a fucking bigger bomb. This is something completely fucking different.
There's a lot of freaking physics in there.
Yeah, and it's not just a bigger bomb. The impact is, you know, boom, bomb goes off. Okay, fine, you got a big hole in the ground. Yeah, no, the impact is, you know, it can drift because of weather and all this other, you know. The Tsar bomber. So that's actually the thing about the Ulam-Teller mechanism, which is the hydrogen bomb stuff.
Yep.
You can make that as big as you like. I don't know if people really realize this. It's how many stages you put after it. You can keep stacking them. You can make it as big as you fucking like. They had a bigger one, at least on the drawing board, and they went, yeah, this one's big enough. Let's try that. And they just went, oh, fuck. Yeah.
Not good.
No,
yep.
What the fuck can you do with this? It's not even a strategic weapon. It's just like...
Nope. This is a world ender. Yeah.
Yeah. Because even if you drop that, you know, it takes out like half the northeast of the US. Well, guess what? There's all this shit everywhere else. You just can't
be there. It's like Chernobyl. You can't be there for fucking 40, fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
You can't occupy that territory. What are you going to do with it? You know?
Yeah.
So
this is actually one of the scary things that they were doing in, fortunately, I think the Russian troops got reined in. They haven't, we'll find out about it in 20 or 30 years, maybe. But, you know, they were shelling a fucking nuclear power plant. And I'm pretty sure that someone on the top just went, what the fuck are you doing?
Where was the power plant?
In Ukraine. They thought they were just like, it was the boys on the ground just go. It's like, and basically word got out that the fucking this shit's. It's like, yeah, no, we don't do that. Do you remember that whole Chernobyl thing? This is worse. Don't do that.
Oh, okay. Recently, yeah. You're talking
Yes.
about, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
recently.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they love attacking the power grid, which is a different thing. But you don't fucking shell the nuclear power station. Not a good idea.
Because then, guess what?
Well,
Nobody
Israel-
gets to play there.
No,
Nobody
no
gets to
one.
play
Israel
there.
did too.
What?
No.
Israel shelled the nuclear power station in
No, they
Iraq.
bombed the shit. They bombed the shit out of it, and it was a processing station. It wasn't the power. Yeah,
Wasn't the
I've
reactor?
I've actually
it
been
wasn't.
there.
It wasn't a live reactor.
I've actually been there.
Yeah, that's why your shirt glows.
Just a little bit.
But yeah, no. So in all seriousness, coming back to the thing, it's like, okay, once you get to that level of the game, everyone has to back off, and everyone knows that, and they're going to back off. It's the guys on the lower tiers that want it. You know, here's a trivia question: what is the only country that has had nuclear weapons and then fully disarmed?
Oh, I used to know this. I used to fucking know this.
And when is also interesting.
It was. I used to fucking know this.
Don't know.
South Africa.
How many did they have?
Enough. That's where the mines were. That's where everyone was getting it from. So that was the trade-off for
Sure.
you want the materials, but they gave it away, and then apartheid went away. So I'm not going to draw any correlations there whatsoever. But yeah,
Interesting.
history. Yeah, they're the only nation that's had nuclear weapons and gave them up.
According to Wikipedia, peak stockpile in South Africa was 6.
That's enough.
That's enough.
Like you said, that one is enough.
One is one is not enough. 2 is definitely enough.
I think 1 is enough.
South Africa ended its nuclear weapons program in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
And all six and 1 under construction were dismantled in 1991.
I was alive for that one.
Yeah. So it'd be nice if everyone else did it, but the thing is, here's my view: is if there were magic wand, no nuclear weapons, the world will be a much more dangerous place again.
Yeah.
How do you figure?
Because people have just escalated to the maximum conventional. Whereas now, there's a hard limit there. Okay, so where you just keep stepping downwards rather than escalating upwards.
Yeah. Okay.
You got all the small scale shit.
So you think people are at that point where, so say nukes are not, they don't exist, right? They're gone from the earth.
Yeah.
Do you think people are at that point where it's just going to be like a fucking catastrophe?
Yeah, absolutely, because there'd be no upper boundary on it. You'd be back to fully mechanized warfare again with no.
And here's the other thing is that there is a hard limit on the age of nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Because of radioactive half-life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I get that, but like, I'm just trying to. Okay, so this is a cool conversation because. Okay, so how do you think it would pop off, Rob?
Which way?
So conventional, there's no nukes, nothing exists.
You'd see,
how do you think it pops off?
Bigger army diplomacy with no restraint whatsoever.
So you think the bigger powers would go together?
No. Bigger army diplomacy. Bad.
Whoever has the bigger army is the one that wins the diplomatic negotiations.
And they just steamroller in. And there'd be no pushback against escalating your conventional weapons. Unlimited. Because there's no upper boundary. Basically, you'd be running into World War I, World War II again, except with newer toys, which would be bad.
The only limit would be population.
Yeah.
Whoever ran out of population first would lose.
And manufacturing base, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. So in that scenario, it would be China.
Well, here's an interesting thing about China. So I'm gonna be the weird voice of reason. You know, I hung out with Kate Patton, Chris Patton's daughter, when I was in college. True.
Like General George Patton's grandchild?
Chris Patton, last governor of Hong Kong.
Oh.
So Hong Kong's a weird one. We could talk about that one. The war for drugs, Britain and the US, and the opium wars. We're going to go to war with you because you won't let us import our opium into your country, to China. Yeah, the world changes. But China did their solution to Liebstrom. We talked about that one. Was the one-child policy, which is completely antithesis to all Western viewpoints. But it's like, we can't go and invade any other country. We just can't do it.
China said this?
Yeah, that's where the one-child came from, because they realized their population growth was too high.
When was this?
70s and 80s.
Okay.
That's where the one-child policy came in, because
Yeah.
their population growth was too high that they couldn't sustain it. And the only way they could sustain it was either get more land or reduce the population. And they didn't have the option of making more country because...
Oh, shit! Fucking light bulb.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
So now that speaks volumes about their psychology. It's like, don't fuck with us. Fine. Because they're scarred from what Japan did to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in the nationalist Chinese, they had the Civil War.
The whole history. But if you unpack it backwards, it all kind of makes sense.
God, I hadn't even
it's a
thought
rational
about that.
position. It's a rational position.
Yeah, carry on. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and what are they doing? Making islands in the fucking sea. We're making more country.
And also, didn't they just rescind the one-child policy recently?
2015.
Yes, they did.
In 2015, but they did it too late for it to actually make any significant difference.
Well, if you actually look at population figures, they're going to drop off. There's some weird shit going on.
For sure. Yeah, there definitely is, because like they've got what we call the boomers, that generation. Yeah. Those are the last ones before that whole thing was in effect.
Pretty soon they're not going to have enough people in their 20s and 30s of reproductive age
to support.
That's not just a Chinese problem. That's actually that's a common problem.
But it's magnified in China because of the one-child policy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's grossly magnified because of the one-child policy.
But that was by design, though, so they didn't have to later on go into an invading thing.
What's their demographics distribution between male and female? Isn't it like 4 to 1 or 5 to 1 male to female?
It depends on what age bracket that's in. I'm not going to look it up right now, but yeah, there is a big discrepancy at that point because it was a preference. But it depends on what year you're looking at, because since then in the younger population it's more even, because basically it's freer. But yeah, so that's actually the real root cause behind it, because.
But yeah, they rescinded the one-child policy in 2015, and they did it way too late for it to have any hope of preventing the massive population collapse that they're going to have.
Yeah. Well, in the comments, that's why China has stated if they were going to invade Taiwan, it had to be before 2030, because they wouldn't have a young male population to fight a full-blown war.
Yep.
This is all making more sense now.
And there's only 2 times of the year where they can actually mount a successful amphibious operation into Taiwan. There's a window, I think it's in March, and I think there's one in October, because that's when the sea state in the Taiwan Strait is actually cooperative with amphibious capable landing craft.
And realistically, it's not going to happen, because what they're after is the trade from Taiwan. But the problem is the trade from Taiwan is not going to be there if they go and invade it. So it's tricky.
And on top of that, like I said, they have a 1-month window twice a year in order to launch this invasion, and they can't move any of their heavy assets by air. Plain and simple. Taiwan is a fucking fortress.
They're pissed that because basically, hey, they're West Taiwan. Because that's where
that's what I call China usually.
But
West Taiwan.
China.
But again, a lot of the things that people in the US get really upset about with China and all this other stuff, it's like, that's a US generated problem. Hey, we want cheap shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our public companies require increased profits every quarter. How do we drive down costs? Okay, we'll ship it offshore. That's Nixon again. He did gold standard and he did China. Great. Good job, guy.
Yeah.
I am not a crook. Yeah, that makes sense, because if we had all the manufacturing jobs that we had before that whole shit happened in the 70s and 80s, we would be, and we pulled our military back, we would be just fucking fine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's actually the problem. That's what
And-
that's the big motive right now. Is like starting to rebuild
We would be a
US-based
lot
domestic
better off
industry.
because we wouldn't be spending all of our national resources trying to prop up everybody else's little brush fire conflicts.
Right.
But yeah, so but it's the manufacturing went overseas because guess what? That was where it was cheaper to do. That's why your call centers come from India.
Hey, thanks, Bill Clinton.
Hello, welcome to Microsoft Tech Support. This is Mike from Missouri. How may I help you?
Yeah, thanks, Bill Clinton, for the giant fucking sucking sound coming from the south, aka NAFTA, North American Free
That was
Trade
not
Agreement.
nearly as destructive.
It's
as fucking-
nothing compared to what happened with China. Nothing.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is that's actually one of the China was also one of the sharks eating. The piranha being swallowed by the shark. Yeah. Nixon was very much in favor of opening China up to U.S. markets. Thought, okay, we're going to go and sell a whole pile of shit in there, and it actually went completely the opposite way. But
Yep.
one of the big lessons learned from the pandemic was, oh shit, this whole supply route thing is a little bit dicey. What we're going to see is interesting. So
And now, with the Panama Canal being limited to just, I think it's like 24 ships a day.
All right, so there's now now we're going to get into some interesting stuff.
What was
There's
the
an
rest
awful
of
lot
last
of
hour?
Chinese money going into Mexico.
Weird.
build-
Didn't see that coming.
Manufacturing plants in Mexico. So the supply route is land, trucks, and it's Mexican-made products. Happens to be owned by a Chinese company. Who fucking cares? Because it's Mexican products made in Mexico. And then I don't know if you ever looked into. So this is one I actually did a study on this one. Tren Maya, which is on paper a tourist train connecting Mexico's north and south coasts and into the capital city, built by the military.
The Mexican military?
Operated by the military, not by private contractors. It was just like, oh, local stuff, local evaluation. No, we're just fucking doing it, and they did it. If you actually look at that, it's not going to take that much work to actually turn that into a land route over Central America as an alternative to the Panama Canal. That's future stuff.
Oh fuck! It's basically our freeway system.
It's
Exactly.
a railroad.
Yeah.
No, it's a freeway system.
Yeah.
It's a whole nukes and shit. Like
Mhm.
fast paced, wide open, fucking.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, Panama has completely fucked the Panama Canal when they built the Panamax.
Look at Tren Maya, Trenmaya. So it's ostensibly a tourist train, but it's like, it's interesting how it got built and who's running it.
It's like a super freeway system.
Well, yeah, but train. But the thing is, there's
But
ports
that's
on
what I
the
mean,
north
like,
and
the same
south.
concept. There's like
Fucking
running straight.
Yeah.
Bam.
The other thing as well is that's
it
also
runs through the Yucatan.
Yeah, and that's also the next line of defense. That's so one of the things is okay, we're gonna get into it. Fuck Trump and the wall. It would have been so much more cost effective to give Mexico a shit ton of money to defend their southern border. It's smaller
Agreed.
and less expensive to do. And
Yep.
that's because now you got a problem where Mexico is really pissed off at the US because US policy is making people come trampling through their country and then sitting on the border with the US. It's like,
Right.
fuck.
Yeah, well, Mexico's not doing a whole lot to stop it either.
Why? Why
They
would they?
can't. And they also
why
can't.
would they? They can't afford it. And why would they? Because they're not there to go to Mexico. If it was like you're trying to invade our country, no, you're trying to invade the other one and we're just the fucking transit route. It fucking sucks. It's not good. It's difficult, that one, actually. But, so you got goods and factories going down there. And, there's a whole pile of shit going on in South America, which, most people don't even talk about because everyone hears Mexico because that's where the border is. But it's like, it's the shit beyond that. That's actually where the real problem is.
Yes.
You look at Venezuela right now with the election. It's like, ooh.
We'll see.
Dan
know?
Hood's asking about even across the Darien Gap. I know what the Darien Gap is.
Yeah. Yeah. So
It's
people
one of the
do
most dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous stretches of land on the planet.
Yeah. So here's the thing: you got to think about this for a second, which is people are doing that on foot voluntarily. Is it really voluntarily, or do they really consider that they don't have any? That's their only option. And if that's their only option, what the fuck?
Yeah, because most people that are coming up to the southern border are Chinese, which is a huge influx lately. No. just hear me out.
Everyone.
And mostly South and Central Americans.
A
It's
lot
not
of
Mexicans.
South Central America, Chinese, Asians, Indian,
Haitians,
Pakistan,
Haitians,
Middle East, Russians.
yeah.
Everyone's coming up through that.
That whole border wall thing, unless you're going to build the Great Wall of fucking United States, even that won't work. It's like,
Can't do it.
no, you can't do it. It's like, you're right.
It's not practical.
They should have, I don't know what the best answer is, but like, yeah, the southern Mexican border is way smaller to defend. That's why I've said this, like, sort of hyperbolically for years. I wish the U.S. would just annex Mexico. and then just like keep the states. No, you don't have to comment on this. I'll say it. I'll put my fucking life out there. But if they annexed Mexico and like they kept the states the way they were, get rid of the cartels and shit, and had that border be the border, it would be so much less maintenance and so much easier to enforce.
So that's actually one of the big fears down in Mexico. To be honest, they're terrified of that.
Is it?
Yeah, they're absolutely terrified that that's what you're saying is like that's a real thing.
I was thinking hyperbolically, but
yeah, that's actually a real concern. What I would actually say is make friends with your fucking neighbors and realize you have a common problem and do it.
That's
work
what
something
we would
out.
hope. Because here's the thing: is the same thing's happening in the Canadian border. By the way, nobody talks about that.
Yeah,
that fucking border stretches is across the entire fucking.
It's like a 3,000-mile border, and it's completely unguarded.
Well, not
those
completely,
Canadians, they're so nice. The Canadians aren't going to.
I'm sorry.
Why the fuck would the Canadians? Let me just say it. Just why the fuck would the Canadians come and invade the U.S.?
The Canadians wouldn't, but like people who go through Canada.
No,
I know, but like the Canadians, they are the U.S. They just don't know it yet.
They're just our war crime hat.
No, they're North American.
Yeah,
Canadians are what you get when you cross a Brit with an American. You get all the good stuff. All the bad stuff you get in Australia.
Okay, you get all the good stuff of which country?
No, both. If you take all the good sides of both the UK and the US, you wind up with Canadians because they're all polite and nice and all good.
Their monies
with the odd war crime.
Their monies were red. I don't like that.
And then if you take the other side, you wind up with Australians.
Fair. So no, I didn't actually realize that like saying the whole
I'm super popular today.
No, it's fine. Like, so I didn't realize the Mexican thing was like actually something they're worried about.
Yeah, really, genuinely. They're actually genuinely worried about that.
We can't do that though. Like,
that doesn't mean to say people aren't afraid of it. You got to remember, it's how the other people perceive it. Because the other one as well is, in all seriousness, it's like the cartels are fucking running the north of our country and we fucking hate this shit, but there's nothing we can do about it. Oh, the Americans could do something about it and they hate a lot of it, so what's they going to do? They're going to invade. That's the logic. And it's actually quite
I didn't say invade, I said annex.
That requires invading, as far as they're concerned.
Well, yeah, I mean, because when Germany annexed Austria and Czechoslovakia, they marched troops in.
Yeah, exactly. But actually,
even though in Austria they're like, come in, welcome.
There's another one which is actually not very well known. This is really amusing. The number of Americans moving to Mexico is off the roof.
Their taxes are a lot more fair.
And hey, I can work from anywhere on the planet. So let me get my New York wages and I will go and live in somewhere fucking dirt cheap and live like a fucking king.
Well, like Jesse Ventura says, he lives in the Baja, and down there you pay property taxes. And if you pay them in January, you get 25% off. You pay them in February, you get 20% off. Yeah.
And
But,
if you live in Jersey, property taxes are fucking obnoxious.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's fucking insane.
They are insane.
But I hadn't even
they
thought
are
of that,
literally
like, because that makes sense now. Because I said that to somebody who's from Mexico, and she just kind of looked at me like, and I was like, it's a joke. Like, it's not like,
Yeah, but it's not perceived that way.
Right now I get it because she was very polite, but like, oh shit, I didn't know that was actually something they were worried about. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, because
Okay.
the cartels are a real problem. Let's be blunt.
Dude. When I was training to go to Iraq, or when Jake and I were at Fort Bliss, we were driving. When we were on leave, we were driving on the road that's by the fence. It was just like a chain link fence at that point. And I looked down to Juarez, right, and it was like tires burning and shit, like explosions going off. And my dad looked at me and he goes, "This is what it's gonna look like in Iraq." And guess what? It did.
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh my god, that's
fucking lawless.
That's
and the
right
problem
fucking
is,
here.
They don't have the capability to actually deal with it. What's going to be interesting is the new president. They actually have, a doctorate of environmental sciences as, the new president. That's not kicking in until about the same time as the next U.S. president kicks in.
And only 37 people who are running against her got assassinated during the process. But let's not think about that.
Both sides.
No, I'm not talking about sides. I'm just saying like 37 in total confirmed.
Yeah, but so the U.S. attempted one. That's not so bad then. Relatively.
Well, here's the thing: is the whole U.S. thing is that should not be happening here.
No, absolutely no. To be clear, absolutely no.
I know you're making a joke about it. That's fine, but like what I'm saying is like also Mexico is literally right fucking there.
Yeah,
it's neighbors. Right next to us. Yeah,
they're neighbors. Yeah, large chunk of the U.S. used to be Mexico.
Yep, Texas, New Mexico, a lot of those areas used to be
Southern California.
Yep. And then we won that.
Yeah.
Because we wore them down because they were getting fucked up by the French as well. But like,
fucking French.
Weird. The French always find their way in.
The fucking French. If it's not the French, it's us.
But yeah, it's like, here's the thing is I love Mexican people. I've met a lot of Mexican people in my life, first generation or just from Mexico. They're awesome people. They're very dedicated to life. They're very hardworking. They're awesome to be around. Their food's fucking amazing.
Yep.
We talked about that the other night. But like, I don't have a problem with Mexican people. I have a problem with the cartels.
That's the different thing. They have a problem with the cartels.
I know they do. They just have no power, and I have no power. It's like, fuck.
So here's the thing. What's attracting people to the cartels? There is no fucking outside of like Mexico City and certain tourist areas. There's very little economy that you can actually make work, which is why it's interesting. This is like wider discussion with observations rather than actually taking a view on it. Yeah, the Chinese money going into Mexico to make the factories in Mexico to ship the shit up is actually a good thing because that's basically creating an environment which is stable and good. That it basically the cartels aren't going to be happy about that, but they'll
get their cut.
Yeah.
But then they're dealing with the Chinese.
Yes, exactly.
You've met your fucking match.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is a good thing.
Yeah.
This is a good thing. So I'm curious to see what the chat is like from this conversation. But
can we trade? It just says. I'll just go from here. We tried in the 1840s. It would have been thrown, but it would have thrown off the balance of free states and the slaves, so it wasn't annexed. Canada invades the U.S. because Marpat. It's a camouflage joke. It's a fucking stupid joke. I get it. Can we trade California for Mexico? Real question. I would gladly do that.
I don't think they'd want it.
Well, SoCal.
You might have to pay them a lot.
San Fran and Sacramento on down. The northern part of California, they're just like everyone else. They're fucking
to the ground as well.
Yeah, well, plus their food is amazing. Yeah, we already established that. Quote of the night. What's the quote of the night, Andrew? To be fair, the invasion of Mexico by the U.S. would probably make the start of World War II look like a bar fight. Yeah, it'd be fucking rough. I just wish. Here's the thing: is if we pulled everyone. Here's my weird illogical thoughts. Right? If we pulled everyone who's a U.S. service member back here and just got the permission of the Mexican government to go in and just start cleaning house. But here's the thing: is I know those cartels are fed from the south, so it's like, yeah, you cut off the snake's tail, you don't cut off the fucking head.
You're not doing it properly. Yeah,
you're just gonna piss it off, like, and it's gonna grow back.
So here's the other one about Tren Maya. Run by the military, a line north to south across the whole fucking country, not the border. It's back a bit.
Interesting.
This is future discussions. I think this is just my observations looking at it. Yeah, the way that
no, it's dude. This is what we do. We just shoot the shit, like, and it's like, whatever your opinion is. Like, I've said a bunch of retarded shit, but it doesn't.
No,
matter.
we all do. I mean, we all do. But again, but it's like looking at the history and just the different perspectives. It's like the Chinese thing is like that actually does take the tone.
But then the U.S. government will be like, well, the Chinese are getting too close to us. They're in Mexico now, and we can't have that. And it's like, okay, well,
yeah, who made the problem in the first fucking place?
We did, not me personally.
But I know. But no, this is my British mentality on this one. It's like when I look at this stuff, it's like, sorry, bad.
Absolutely. Like, the U.S. has created so many more fucking problems than they're willing to own up to, and it pisses me off.
Or problems that we've even fucking solved. Like, we've created more problems than we've solved. If you
exactly.
I know I'm on dicey ground here, but I have a question.
You're not on dicey ground. Say what you want.
No. This question is dicey.
Okay.
How many overseas military? I won't say war, because war is a very specific thing, but more than a slight policing action. So I'm not talking about like Nicaragua. Like, there's actually a real mobilization here. There was an act of Congress involved. So we're not just talking about sending in the Marines. How many of those has the US actually won unless there was some sort of international coalition involved?
And even with international coalition, the last time the U.S. Congress declared war was in Korea.
Yeah.
And we lost that. Well, it's in a ceasefire state.
Yeah.
It's never ended. We've quote unquote won 0 since the Second World War.
Yeah.
0, exactly 0.
Even though
without a coalition. With a coalition, totally different.
We didn't win.
We haven't won any of them. Even though militarily on the ground, we've won every single combat action that we've been engaged in.
Most.
Which now gets to wars are not won on the battlefield.
Right.
It's when the people come to the table and go, we give up.
Right.
And
because go ahead.
American people who say, we're tired of funding this, and we're tired of seeing it on the news.
Yep. Yeah. Why are we there?
So, all right.
Well, threat to democracy and freedom and brown people bad.
Okay.
No, seriously, like Jake and I, we're not
threat
the ones
to trade for us, but it wasn't threat to democracy. Threat to trade, but okay, same thing.
But that's what the politicians and the media always say. Threat to democracy.
All right, so let's try this one. Why? So
we need to freedom them.
Dispensing freedom. Best unalive healthcare system there is. Unhealthcare system. Ukraine. This is an interesting one.
Fuck both sides.
Just let him speak.
I'm gonna stay out of that one.
Let him speak.
All this spending on Ukraine. All these billions of dollars. What's going on there? Actually, because everyone gets outraged about why are you spending so much money over there versus spending it over here. Blah blah blah. But I understand that argument, but Jake's getting something scary.
One of my bayonets.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. And yeah, teeth are bad.
Who said that?
Teeth are bad. No, I'm saying the teeth are bad.
You're British.
I know.
It's expected.
I'm acknowledging it.
I already called you out on it. It's old news.
I know. I'm confirming it. Anyway, so Ukraine, the spending.
Yeah.
What's going on there actually?
Zelensky's getting rich. That's what's going on.
Can I take a piss before I get into this?
All right, sure. Yeah, this
Well,
is gonna be
I'm
a
gonna
good one.
bounce because I got to get up at 3:00 in the morning.
Oh,
We'll just shoot
All
the
right,
shit then.
we'll shoot this one.
Once I get back, because I
this is a good one. This is a good one. You'll like this one.
it is because it's historically relevant
Yeah,
to analysis.
and I don't want to leave, but it's already 8:30 at night, and I need to get up in like 6
All right,
hours.
go to the bathroom quickly. I'm gonna drop it. So I'm gonna hold Jake for a second. Come on, you can do this. Because
Piss your pants right where you're at.
Needs must, but he's on camera, so it's a different
Well.
thing in being out in the field.
His bathroom's not very far away from his office. It's like right across the hallway.
Why has he not got a toilet in front of the computer and just
Ask
Yeah.
him that when he gets back.
no, because that'll sidetrack us for 20 minutes, and I'm trying to get to a point before.
Because then he'll bring up his colon resection and all of this and blah blah blah. And
No. But yeah, no. So this is actually an interesting one. It's where a lot of stuff is not how it seems, at least at face value, but it's interesting. Come on, Mike. Come on. Run.
he's got an elephant splatter. Leave him alone.
I didn't need to hear that.
Well needed piss.
All right.
Right.
All right. So
What do I think is going on in Ukraine?
What? Yeah, no. The money that's being spent on defense for Ukraine, the weapons. What are they firing off? Let's ask that question more.
our
A bunch
old
of
shit.
U.S. and NATO firearms.
Our old shit. We're getting rid of our
Not-
old inventories to replace them with new stuff.
Right.
So it's a U.S. job creation scheme. It's not actually a U.S. defense refresh. Because what happens if they weren't doing that? Oh, we'd have to fucking trash it because it's expired.
Can't sell it to civilians.
We can't
you know?
use it.
Because Patriot missiles have expiration dates.
Well, so the fucking artillery.
AT-4s. Yep.
Yeah,
AT-4s.
yeah,
Yep.
all this basic shit.
Yeah.
All got
Pound it off,
expiration date.
fucking yeah.
This is all
And now that
1950 shit.
And now that we're not fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan anymore, we have all those stockpiles that are going to expire, and they got to get used up and replaced before they expire.
Yeah, so got to let them off somewhere. Hey, guess what? You're going to rack up a bunch of debt to us. We're going to give you our old shit. We're going to buy new shit. Win-win.
But how do you get the shit over there?
That's a fucking.
It sounds
shipping
like
merchant
Jay in
ruin.
Operation Linebacker.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's beautiful. It's almost like the F-35 job creation scheme.
Hey kids, you guys know about LBJ and Operation Linebacker?
No.
LBJ authorized Operation Linebacker, which was the unrestricted bombing campaign of North Vietnam.
Why? Because
The target, it was a day after day operation for months on end of daily bombing runs into North Vietnam to bomb targets of military importance, that all of them were destroyed on the first day of the operation and weren't rebuilt over the course of the operation. But every single day, these same targets kept getting bombed over and over again by everything the U.S. Air Force could throw at them.
why?
LBJ owned a large portion of stock in
Allegedly.
the company that manufactured.
Allegedly.
bombs.
Let's keep that to an
No,
allegedly.
this isn't alleged. This is known. This is proven fact. He owned a large quantity of stock in the company that was producing the bombs that the Air Force was dropping on North Vietnam on targets that didn't exist anymore.
No
That
way.
may or may not be the case.
Yeah,
That's conspiracy
absolutely.
theory.
No,
But,
that's
yeah,
not
no,
a conspiracy
no,
theory.
no,
That's
but-
absolutely fucking proven historical fact.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, but
Well, sometimes with you, it's hard to
dodging.
tell.
We're dodging.
You do
but,
it so well. You do facetiousness so well, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, ask all the people in the comments who have responded to that got pissy with me because I was making a joke.
I don't talk to the people in the comments that often, so
I don't even see the feed, so I'm
No, I'm
curious to see
talking about
everything.
like the comments
Yeah.
on my videos and shit.
Oh,
Like,
those people, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I even
So
make
those-
videos
those-
where I'm doing that. And yeah,
Those
Yeah.
people smell funny.
I have no sense of smell. Yeah, I'm quite happy without it. I
That's
used to
not
smoke
good.
for many years. I don't need my sense of smell. Look where I live. Fuck no. I
Yeah,
don't need to-
little Arabia. Yeah, you don't need a sense of smell there.
no, it smells like. I know.
I'm on the doorstep
oh.
in New York as well. I'm walking down Manhattan. Oh God, is that a dead guy? Oh fuck no. Just like,
That's just Habib's goat.
A little bit of piss, a little bit of fucking food dumpster rotting that hasn't been changed in fucking 2 months in the heat.
Look, I'm half an hour. I'm literally half an hour from New York. Yeah, Times Square. So yeah, it's
Habib's goat rental service.
okay, well, if we're leaving
But yeah,
that
the
alone.
Ukraine thing. That's a valid question.
But the Ukraine thing.
Yeah,
And
we're cycling through our old and about to expire stockpiles so that we can have new shiny stuff.
Yeah, and so we're not allowed to new defense spending because it's very expensive. But guess what? They owe us a lot of money, so we're going to borrow against that money to actually do the thing. And
yeah, and the thing with defense spending is if we're selling our munitions, well, now we have to resupply because
we're out.
We have federal law obligations of maintaining certain levels of stockpile.
Yeah, it's rotating stock. It's like basic business.
But
also, why is Ukraine happening? Why were the U.S. troops there from 2014 to 2020?
Conveniently not there when it happened.
I know. Well, it's just interesting to me.
Crimea was annexed in 2014.
Yeah.
Why was it annexed?
Because the story that I know, which is probably not the real story, but it's the official story, is that the majority Russian population of Ukraine, of the Crimean territory of Ukraine, voted in a referendum to leave Ukraine and join Russia. However, the Crimean Peninsula is also the location of Russia's only warm water port, or the Soviet Union's only warm water port.
Yeah, so this is tied to the original breakup of the Soviet Union. Basically, is where it goes back to. And and the current premier used to be rather heavily involved in the old regime, shall we say?
Not just deep water port, Andrew. Warm water port. You
have deep water on the north coast.
Yeah, but I'm blanking on the name of the on the name of the port. Let me look real
Sevastopol.
Quick. Yeah, Sevastopol. That port is the only port that the Soviet Navy had during the entirety of the Cold War that didn't freeze over every year. So that's why the Black Sea Fleet was such a feared thing. However, that was kept in check by the fact that Turkey controls the Bosporus and the Dardanelles.
And Turkey had nuclear weapons on board from NATO.
And Turkey has been kind of an on again, off again kind of lukewarm ally of NATO.
Cuba.
With control of the Bosporus and Dardanelles, Turkey can single-handedly decide who can and can't get into and out of the Black Sea.
Yeah,
and with what types of ships.
And they've done it during this conflict, actually.
Yep.
They put their foot down and everyone had to go, yeah, all right, no.
I wonder why the Germans in World War II rushed to the Crimean Peninsula and put Romanian troops there to defend it. It's interesting.
Oil. They were trying to get to the oil fields of Iran.
That's what you always say. It's all about oil.
It is. It's always about oil.
It's the Caucasus.
Yeah.
But the other thing as well is, like MiG. Was it MiG? Is it MiG or Yak? I can't remember which one of them. I think it's MiG. It was originally Ukrainian, I think. One of them.
The jet fighter is the MiG. The Yak is the prop plane.
Well, the early MiGs were, but basically, Ukraine was very, very much, it's like Austria to Germany during World War II, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
So that's basically the history there, and that many, almost all Ukrainians of a certain age speak Russian because guess what? You had to speak Russian because that was the the motherland. So
Also, it was interesting. Like in the beginning of World War II, like Ukrainians were kind of divided, shall we say, because of the Holodomor, and they were like, "Well, we just got starved out, and most of my friends died and everything like that. Why would we support the Soviets?" So the Germans came in, and they were like, "Oh, you guys are actually allowing us to farm, and oh, well, okay, we'll give you our share, but you're actually leaving us food. Interesting." And then that's why some of the most horrific atrocities were committed in Ukraine by Ukrainians.
It's messy. I mean,
Very messy.
I don't claim to know any, that much of the history, but it's very messy. But coming back to the original question, which is why there's so much U.S. financial support going in there. It's not really U.S. financial support in the terms that people think it is. It's like, no, it's not a free check. It's like, we're going to sell you shit on credit.
On credit, which we're never going to get paid back. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that lets us restock our shit, which we're going to be burning anyway. So it's like,
right. Well, how many times have we done that in the 20th century?
Many.
How many times did it pay off?
Every time.
No, it didn't. I mean, okay. You said
context.
The UK has paid back their lend-lease debt.
Oh yeah, no, of course. That's
the Soviets have not.
No,
the French have not.
Right, and it's like, okay, well.
Oh well, the French go, you owe us.
The Australians, I don't believe, have.
No.
Yeah, the Australians, we sent them a ton of shit, and then troops. Yeah. And then it's like, oh, well, and the Navy to prevent them from being completely cut off by the Japanese Navy.
Well, now we've got the whole awkward thing.
Basically, the United
trilateral
States
US, UK, Australia, awkward.
Well, no, but we all three countries have fucked up majorly. That's the thing, and they've taken from each other, and it's like, oh, how are we gonna get this back? We're good buds, It's like if you give me $50 right now, and I go, oh, thanks, man. I need it. And Jake gives me $50.
We'll work it out.
And then I go, okay. And then Jake doesn't pay me back. I go, but you pay me back, but he doesn't. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And then I lean on Jake a bit and he gives you $5 back and we're all cool. And don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
And then it's like, well, I guess it's better than nothing. $5, it's 10%, whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? But oh my God.
Then he gives you his old PC and it's all fine.
The U.S. tends to use former Commonwealth countries as unsinkable aircraft carriers, it seems.
Pretty much. And then you got the whole Woomera, and you got Alice Springs. Yeah, there's shit in Australia.
Yeah, and it's funny because like the U.S. so Rob, do you know about the do you know about the polar bear expedition in World War I that the U.S. did?
No.
They sent
at least not by that name.
So it was initially for the First World War. Like we had been giving them supplies and shit and whatever, like on the Eastern Front. They pull out, they have a concussion, they turn into a different country. We still send troops up to fight the Red Army, kind of, and then they just kind of sat there in like Siberia for a while in World War I. And they were using American manufactured Russian rifles, right? Because the ammo was, good to go. And this entire U.S. unit went there and just kind of sat around and pulled security. And the Russians were like, or the Soviets at that point were like, we don't want you here. And they're like, well, what do we do? And they basically pulled out of Siberia and came back after, it's like 1919. This is like after the armistice and everything. And so they came back and like, they were just like, what the fuck did we just go over there for? In a nutshell, this is a very nutshell thing. And so we sent troops.
A common question.
Yeah, what the fuck did we just do there? Yeah, I had that question. Jake had that question with Iraq. So it's like it's not a freaking time sensitive thing. It's just what the fuck. We also did you know we sent guys to Italy to fight in the First World War?
No,
we did. We sent an entire. I think it was a brigade or it might have been a battalion to fight Italian forces against what was left of the Austro-Hungarians and the Germans in Italy.
Don't know that one.
Yeah, it's a fucking weird story. So the U.S., they kind of do these things where they're just like, oh, we don't care about the lives. It's about It's not about the money. It's about sending a message.
The message.
Right. And the U.S. is very guilty of that throughout the ages, and it seems to not be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, that's where the British are a little bit different. It's like, no, it's not about the message. It's like, no, we're going to break heads until you stop.
Right. And
we get our way.
And how did that work out for you?
It worked great for a long time.
And then it didn't.
Well, people got lazy. It's basically what happened. It's
also,
standard decline and fall of an empire. It's normal.
Well, here's the thing: is I think we've talked about this before, but like I believe that the First World War was the beginning of the end of the British Empire.
Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
like it bankrupted them. They were spread
Absolutely.
so thin. They were expected to do so much, and they just couldn't deliver, even with the Commonwealth troops that they pulled in.
Well,
they're fighting
no, because what happened there was the British were fighting a near peer enemy. Prior to that, the whole empire is like, well, two guys with pointy sticks, and they're debating about the stuff, and it's like, well, meet Brown Bess,
yeah. 69 caliber. Yeah. We went through a couple weeks ago about the actual musketry of the early 19th century.
Yeah.
Or the mid 19th century of the Brits. Man, that's some pretty intense standards.
Yes. If you watch Zulu,
seen it, with the Martini. I've got one on my wall, Martini Henry. I've got a Mark II.
Yeah. So volley fire. I mean, the discipline involved in doing that shit, like.
Yep, it's basically like a small artillery strike, is what it is.
Yeah.
And my buddy Trey is about to come on. Jake knows Trey, and he's the one that I was gonna introduce you to. But if you got a few minutes, like he'll be home soon. He's the one that he'll be able to point you in the right direction of Rev War if you want to do that. Okay. Speaking of Brown Besses, that's what reminded me, because and it's funny because like a lot of colonial troops were issued Brown Besses because that's what they fucking had.
Yeah.
They raided armories and stuff. They're like, all right, here you go. You know how to use them. And a Brown Bess is a fucking beast of a musket. It's a beast.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit by that.
No, it's literally getting hit with a freaking 1 1/4 or 1 1/8 ounce lead ball.
Yeah.
And it's oof.
And even if you don't get hit by it, you don't want to have that going anywhere near you, and it's quite intimidating.
Yeah, and it's like and then because it was funny because when I look at all these like I think that's why the U.S. kind of standardized their ammunition after a while, is because when they had like even in the American Civil War, it was like you got 69 caliber, you got 58 caliber, you've got 53 caliber, you got 48 caliber, you got 36 caliber. Every fucking thing needed a mold, and the guys made their own slugs, and it's fucking insane to see. Like, so if you're using a fucking 1853 Enfield, which is 58 caliber, that's why they made the Springfield like the 1861 and 58, because it's like, well, you can get cartridges from this guy and put the caps on and bam, bam, bam.
Hey, someone already did the work. Fucking copy it.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Hello, China.
That's why with the trapdoor they used 4570 because they were already using 45 caliber.
Well, they're using. Oh, so at that point when they went to the trapdoor, they had like 4 different fucking calibers. Like they had 5090 sharps, they had 4590 sharps, and they had 4570. And they were trying, and then they had like 577 Snyder and all that shit for the Snyder conversions. But like it was so convoluted, and that's why I like with NATO. I'm glad they went like 5.56, 7.62, and 9mm.
Yeah, there was a little bit of ruction about that, but yeah, they got there in the end. Thank God.
I missed out on an opportunity to buy a trapdoor Springfield.
Which model? There's like 10 of them.
Yeah, it was like an 1856, I think. It was a 4570.
So, by the way, I have to ask a question about so it still blows my mind. I've got a friend who's MP. It's like, so there's a story my dad used to tell me about the British in Afghanistan, where there was a guy that was basically left behind lines, and they knew he was there because they could hear the sound of his fucking rifle going off every now and again. But it's like, okay, the British got their asses kicked, the Russians got their asses kicked. What makes you think that it's a good idea to go back in there again?
I have no
Afghanistan
fucking
is the place that empires go to die.
Also, they grow opium.
Or Crimea. You know, that's the other one.
Crimea's got oil. Afghanistan's got opium.
Opium. And China wants to go into Afghanistan now.
Well, look,
they're not going to have any better success than we did, or the Russians did, or the British did.
Nobody is ever.
Well, after the whole Uyghur thing, fuck no. They're definitely persona non grata there. And yeah, mind you, you've also got to understand the Chinese and opium, because you had the whole opium war where the British and the Americans were importing drugs into China, and China was upset about it and started putting up a defense, and we just fucking steamroll it. It was a different time.
Yeah, and Afghanistan. Besides opium, I don't understand why the fuck.
Opium was the Taliban had been there for a long time. The biggest funder of them was the US to burn the fields. They were perfectly fine with that. It was not a problem. It was just the whole.
They burned the fields.
No, the flow of opium was a lot lower than it was. That was actually the whole thing.
Okay.
Lower. I didn't say zero.
No. So let me just ask you this.
I think I know where this is going.
I'm talking 80s. I'm talking 80s here.
Okay, I'm talking 2000s, right?
Okay, that's 20 years later. Different thing.
So I'm just to be clear. When the U.S. goes into Afghanistan in 2001, they sent conventional forces there. Blah blah blah. Operation Anaconda happens. Not good. But then it's interesting how the rate of prescription opiates being prescribed and the amount of overdoses starts increasing around 2001 and 2 and is still a huge problem.
Synthetic shit. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the synthetic shit's replacing it now, but like it's... And where's that from? China. But... And Mexico.
Well, no, fentanyl's different. But China, why? Because it's cheaper to make for the U.S. pharmaceutical company. But the town I lived in for a long time was Stanford, and right on Stanford there was this thing called Stanford Forum, which is where if you look at Google Maps and you look up I-95 as you drive past Stanford, you'll see Stanford Forum. If you go back in time and you look at it, it used to say Purdue, as in Purdue Pharma, not Purdue Chickens. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
US generated problem. Fuck.
So that's the thing is like it's because I mean I'm almost positive that Jake and I were in Iraq for oil, and it didn't work out because I'm like, nope. Here's the thing is one of the kind of anecdotes that I say is like, hey, if I came back from that place and dealt with all that shit, and we got nice cheap gas for the rest of my life, it was worth it. Well, where is that nice cheap gas?
Well, you have nice cheap gas here.
Well, I know compared to the yeah.
I'm sorry. There's no cheap gas here.
But you weren't here when it was fucking 75 cents a gallon.
I was here when it's like $1.25.
That's cheap nowadays. Yeah.
I remember in 2001. I was a freshman in high school. My brother was a senior. Gas was 98 cents a gallon.
Yeah.
And
do you know what it is in the UK right now? Actually, I'm going to do the calculation.
He had a 1980 F-150 with a 308 V8, and that thing in a 4-barrel carburetor. I shit you not, one really cold winter day, he went through a half a tank of gas, 8 gallons of gas, just driving the 6 miles to school. It took a quarter tank of gas to get that thing started and get it warmed up enough to drive, and then it took another quarter tank of gas to get there.
So, Rob, do they charge by the liter or the gallon in the UK?
Oh, this is fucked
pounds
up.
Per liter.
It's pounds per liter, but it's pounds per liter. and it's miles an hour on the road. Okay, I'm just doing the
don't they
calculation.
calculate fuel economy miles per gallon?
They kind of try to get away from it, but we'll still think of it that exact same way.
3.4 liters per gallon. Woo!
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm just doing the, and then I need to do the exchange rate. So 3.78 right now. And the most expensive fuel in the UK is currently in Edinburgh at £1.63 a litre.
That's
So
about
£1.63.
$8 a gallon.
So, and then the current exchange rate is,
or it's like seven-ish bucks a gallon, I would assume.
pounds to dollars. Convert. It's actually not as bad as it has been.
Was it $1.20 per pound?
128. It's actually pretty good.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
$7.88 a gallon.
So I was
That's
right.
actually-
$8 bucks. Yeah.
That's actually good. A couple of years ago, it was over 9.
Just move to California, you feel more at home.
No,
You know,
well, when I first moved to
in-
the US, I think I told you this, Jake. I think I told you this. And when I first moved to the US, 2003, moved to the US. I previously had lived in London. I had a 1.2 liter Vauxhall Nova. Didn't go. Dirt box fucking shit. Tiny old crusty car from it's like 7 or 8 years old.
At least it wasn't a Lancia.
It was basically an Opel because it's GM by another name. But I had that car. I moved to the US. I got a 5.4 liter V8 Jeep Grand Cherokee. It cost less to run and insure. My total cost was like 40% of the whole thing in the UK.
Right.
And yeah, why would you need such a big vehicle? Well, yeah, it fucking snows here. So yeah, that's something that people in the UK don't really understand. 4-foot snowfall in one night. Yeah, that can happen.
Oh yeah.
And
Yours doesn't
yes, I have to
stick,
go to
though.
work.
That's the cool thing is yours luckily doesn't stick that long.
Yeah.
The snow melts. Here
Yeah.
we get 4 feet in one night. We're like, fuck, here we go, and it just stays.
That's why everybody here has 4-wheel drive.
Yep. All-wheel drive is not great.
No, unless it's like a Subaru, where it's actually built by a competent company that that's all they do is all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
I later on wound up with a Volvo XC90. But that was after a car accident involving a deer in a tree, which is a whole different story.
A very American story, yes. Oh,
Yes.
Smitty's on. Trey is on.
Well, now
The
that
camera's
Trey
not
is
working,
on-
penis.
Now that Trey is coming on, I'm gonna bounce because I need to go to bed. I got to
Yes,
get up
sir.
in 6 hours.
Later.
See ya.
See ya. Take care, bud. Sleep well.
Hey, fix your camera, buddy. Your camera's not working. The hell? Did he just get on here and go take a piss?
I
Fucker.
don't hear him.
Oh dear God! What have you done?
You like my boilerplate earlier, by the way.
The what?
The boilerplate I gave you. It was decided.
The fuck are you talking about?
The boilerplate language. It was decided to.
The fucking the robotic fucking just,
diplomatic speak.
oh God, I hate that shit. It's like it has been based on current.
It was
events.
determined
It was
by
determined.
someone.
Yeah, Trey, you there?
Hello.
All right. Yeah,
I
this
guess I
is
have
Rob.
the camera stopped.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's me.
Rob, this is Trey, and he's into a lot of older stuff. Like we were talking about the other day about Rev War reenacting.
I haven't gotten that far yet. Buddies of mine have tried to get me into it, and it's a whole nother horse of a different color.
Yeah, it's a lot.
A zebra.
A zebra. So you do know people?
Hang on. Zebra or zebra? Because
I'm just
Zebra.
fucking with you.
Z or Z?
I call them zebra cakes, like the
AZ5.
little Debbie things, just to piss my wife off. Like I'm like, I'll get you a zebra cake, And she's like,
What about the little Christmas tree cakes? What do you call them?
I don't know. I never bought
Little
them.
Christmas tree cakes.
But no, zebra cakes. I call Gatorade Gatorada. Like
Oh,
I
I do stuff like that too. Like we have a cafeteria at work. I'll be like, all right, I'm going to the cafeteria. Y'all need anything?
Yep. Yeah, I do the same shit.
And
Just
they're
to
like,
piss people off. Like
what?
they're like, yeah, Gatorada, what the fuck? I call, obviously sausages sausages, which isn't really that original, but like it's fun. Sausage, and then what the fuck? I just whenever it comes about, I figure out the most fucked up way to like rearrange the phonetic parts
All
of the
right, try this one. Chouse. Chaos. Chouse.
Mm.
Chouse, yeah.
Chaos.
No, it's ch chouse.
So I'm gonna put this in private chat on the
What's the character on South Park? Not Commander Chaos. Professor Chouse.
So Rob, I just put something in private chat.
Yeah.
You just think about the English language for a bit. What does that actually say?
Is the stream die?
Yeah, it's StreamYard.
No, we're here.
Okay.
I don't know that one.
Trey, look in the
Yeah, Gotti.
Nope. Think about the English language. Really deep.
Goatee?
What if I told you
Goatee.
it says fish?
Okay, when was the last time you were gruntled?
Gruntled?
Yeah.
Never.
You're disgruntled all the time. When were you the last time
Correct.
when were you gruntled? And that's a word that's fallen away.
I always use that word, disgruntled, gruntled.
But no, disgruntled, yes, but gruntled never used.
No,
gruntled means like you're in good spirit, like you're good to go, like you're.
No. Yeah,
What
no,
does
that's what it
mean?
means, but no one ever uses it. It's
I use it.
only the extended version of it's used.
Do you understand why that says fish? Do you understand why?
No.
GH is a sound, F sound, right? O can be pronounced as E, right? And then sh, like imagination.
Don't make me get into Geordie again.
God, you're so stupid.
Don't make me get into Geordie again. Way, hey, lad.
Do it. I fucking.
No, I can't.
I dare you.
I can't do it. I can listen to it. I can't act. I can understand it.
Paste.
Cannot speak it.
So yeah.
It is a weird thing.
Yeah, I couldn't understand most of it. Just a couple words I picked out. I'm like, we're gonna go from here. It's like talking to an Appalachian fucking, mountain person from Kentucky or West Virginia. It's really tough. So
it's special. It doesn't sound like English.
Special ed, but yeah, I mean,
well, it's like if you go to the Faroe Islands, which are right off the north, borderline Scotland, between Scotland and Scandinavia. Both countries can understand them just about.
Oof,
the language, it's just such a mix.
Hinga Durgan. Yeah,
I was talking to a dude from Australia last night. He was asking us how we pronounce words, and he's like, "Yeah, y'all get most of these right. How do you pronounce this river?"
You putting it in private chat or?
No, it's sharing.
Mattapony?
Close. It's Indian, so it's not English.
Like
word.
Indian dots, not feathers?
No, vice versa. This is in Virginia.
It's feathers. Okay.
Yeah.
No clue.
Mattapony.
Yep. Mattapony.
Dude, I'm from fucking Wisconsin, man. Like, you want to do that game? You want to do that fucking yeah?
No. I knew y'all have a crap ton, but that was one of the examples I gave the guy last night because we were going back and forth with names.
Yeah, it's
Well, okay. You want to get into names? Okay, I'm going to do this in private chat because basically, I'm not going to stream this. Okay. What is that?
Leicester Square.
Smitty?
Leicester Square?
Leicester Square.
Leicester Square.
We skip half the vowels. This is a great one. Uh,
I'm reading it to German. I gotta just stop that shit. It's British.
Tottenham Court.
Tottenham Court.
Tottenham Court. Close.
Tottenham Court. So we were like in between our pronunciations. Yeah.
Okay, this is one from down. This is a village down where I live. Well, grew up. This is a bitch.
Wolfertsworthy.
Yeah, Wolfertsworthy.
Not bad. Normally, an American would go Wolferdizzery.
Yeah.
I just skip every third letter.
Yeah. Well, if you start skipping it, yeah.
That's what I do.
It's Wolferdizworthy is the official name, but the locals just call it Wolseley. It's like, fuck that.
Wolfersbury, yeah. So how do you pronounce Worcestershire sauce?
Worcester. It's Worcester.
Worcester?
It's
but that fucking word is so much longer.
That's how you pronounce it.
Worcester sauce?
Worcester. No.
Well, yeah, the Norwegian O. Worcester sauce.
Worcester sauce.
That's it. That's how it's pronounced.
Yeah. You don't pronounce the Shire. You don't pronounce the Shire either. It's just Worcester sauce. Done.
Leon Perrin's the only fucking Worcester sauce worth a damn. In the U.S. In the U.S.
Yeah, but okay. So no. Leon Perrin's is the Don of Worcester sauce. I'm not going to argue that. And I said this to Jake, so I'm going to have to do it to you as well. You already both got packages on inbound. But next time I go back to the UK, I'm going to be back up near where I grew up, and I will send you something a little bit better than Worcester sauce. It's basically the OG version.
Is it HP sauce?
No, that's brown sauce. That's something different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is called Henderson's Relish. Go Google that. It's
well, no, I'm gonna Google, or I'm gonna fucking screen share now that we're on this topic, because this is fun as fuck. I'm gonna have both of you clowns, because you're from the UK and Trey's from down south. We're gonna do this one quick. We'll just go down the list. It's all good. All right. So first one, pretty easy, right here.
Is that Milwaukee? Which is the Indian place name? What the heck is that from?
So you said Milwaukee.
Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want the common or do you want the Indian word?
Yeah. Milwaukee, which means yeah.
Or white man English is Milwaukee.
It's yeah. There you go. White man English.
Milwaukee.
Yep. Milwaukee.
Yeah.
All right. That one's not hard, right? The second one.
Shawno.
No. Right here. Second one.
Bold. Oh, Kenosha.
Yep. All right.
Shawno.
Shawano. Yep. Close.
Wanaki.
Yeah, Wanaki.
Yep.
Oshkosh.
Oshkosh.
How about this one?
Kakana. Shukaka.
Oh. Okay.
Now I'm screwed.
No. Okay, so we're on this one right here.
Yeah, Waukesha. Waukesha.
Hang on, I can't even fucking see that. Hang on.
Yeah, it's kind of further.
It's a bit blurry. Hang on. Let me. No, I can't. Hang on, I can't expand it. There we go. Waukesha.
Waukesha.
I'm thinking about Kesha.
This next, yeah, there you go. This next one. Good luck. Trey, you go first.
Oconomowoc.
What?
Oconomowoc.
Okay, Rob.
No, I didn't. I said before. Oconomowoc. Yeah, Oconomowoc.
That's a tough one. Yeah, Oconomowoc. Yep.
No, I'm drowned from here on in. Done. No, I'm just refusing everything past that.
How about this one, Trey? This one right here.
Minocqua.
Yep.
Minocqua. Okay.
Mequon.
McQuan. Yep. These are all easy. Oh, this one's good. Right here.
Nina. What's that? The ambulance.
Wauwatosa.
No clue.
Yeah.
You actually got
Wow.
it. Wauwatosa. Yep.
Yeah.
See, this is why the British go, it's now called Jamestown.
It's Jamestown.
I love that.
Oh, good God. Dear me, it's past tea time. Oh, good heavens. How about
Don't
this
get.
one, Trey?
That's what I call it.
Kawani.
Oh, shit. Well, it fucking spells it out phonetically right there.
Oh no, I didn't see that. I just saw
Yeah, it's Kawani.
the fine lettering is too blurry. Wapaka.
Yeah, not bad. And then this one.
By the way, do you know my favorite street in DC? It's Wisconsin Avenue.
Well, someday you're gonna have to come up and shoot some guns.
Okay.
Guns are bad. Okay.
Like I'm that weird British guy that's actually used to firearms.
Trey, these last two, and then we'll cut it off. What's this one right here?
Manitowoc.
There you go. How about this one?
Ashwaubenon. Ashwaubenon or Ashwaubenon.
A Shrobanon.
Nope.
Like Lebanon.
Right, kind of. But yeah, it's just funny. Like with a lot of native names, I'm just like, okay, like when we were in basic, there's a bunch of like locally named rivers. I'm like, oh, it's this river, and they're like, how the fuck do you know that? I'm like, well, I just read it.
Hang on.
But yeah.
So check this one. We'll do this. Will be the last one.
Oh God.
It's kind of blurry. Oh, Shinkagata.
No,
What's up?
no, that's not it.
Fuck.
Chincoteague.
Very close. It's Chinkatink. Chinkatink. It's a big, like, not resort area, but a lot of people go there to vacation.
A well-to-do area.
Yes.
Well, it's within striking distance of DC, so definitely.
Fucking A. Yeah.
That was actually the thing that's last. Did I talk about this last time? Last time I was
What?
down in DC, I was horrified. Like 20 to 30% of the stores are all closed.
What time of the day?
I wonder why.
Gone.
Oh, gone?
I wonder why. Crime.
Teens. Rows of teens.
New York's still busy, even though that's still a thing.
Interesting. New York's also a lot bigger. But yeah, I mean, I've never been to New York City. Never been to New York State in general. So
I've been through it. Only time I've been through I've been there twice. Went once to pick up my Jeep body, my Ford Jeep body, and then the second time was en route to the Collins Foundation, that huge museum.
Oh, okay.
No, Andrew, I haven't found anything lately.
Have you pooped today?
Yeah, 7 times.
Jeez, you okay?
No, Andrew in the chat was asking if I've had any other artifacts. I haven't been in a while.
I don't see the chat.
It's been go to comments on the right side. It says private chat and comments. My mom's boyfriend, him and his brother went a few weeks ago at a battlefield, but it was like, 3,000 degrees with like 2 billion% humidity. And I was like, no, I ain't having that crap.
No. It's been hot this year.
We just like up until about 3 weeks ago, we had like hardly any rain the whole year, and now we're paying for it.
Okay.
I'd say in the past month we've had probably 9 to 10 inches of rain.
Yep, that's what we've been having consistently all year. Like, and dude, today it was 91 up here with like 85% humidity, and that's in the upper Midwest. So I can imagine how it is where you guys are at. Like, fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty
Whereabouts
bad.
are you? What state?
Virginia.
Okay.
And Andrew, the wall is on hold. Actually, let me pull that up.
By the way, I'm just jumping back. Now I'm seeing the chat comments. I blame the Brits, the French, and the Turks. Okay, the Brits are responsible for everything, pretty much. It's like
Good
this is
and
not
bad.
news. This is not news.
Well,
See if I can find it.
Trey's a freaking Brit. His last name is Smith. I mean,
Yeah, I did my ancestry, and it's well, yeah, I guess it would be. It said when you do the ancestry thing, for whatever reason, it clumps France and England together. I don't.
oh, you just don't want to admit you're French.
Yeah, I would rather be Brit.
Well, I'm French and German, so
On my father's side, I have Austrian in me.
oh, I'm sorry.
Mhm. Oh God, I'm going to hell.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
See my lovely paintings book.
Dude, I was watching a fucking podcast earlier called Revenge of the Cis. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. It's fucking
No.
hilarious. And it's these two dudes, and they're talking about Walt Disney and like Disney World. And they're like, yeah, Walt Disney's just basically Hitler if he didn't fail out of art school.
Wow!
I was trying to sew shit, and I fucked up the stitch so bad I was like laughing my ass off.
Oh, yeah,
It's so true. It's so
that's
true.
really fucking hard to argue.
art critics created 2 world wars.
Awkward.
Oh fuck. Oh
So
god.
this is the thing that Andrew in the comments was just asking about. So I belong to the Appomattox Petersburg Preservation Society, and basically our forte is, as it goes, Petersburg to to Appomattox, the last year of the war, basically, and we're tasking ourselves with cleaning up, preserving, and educating on the history of that.
That's a good thing.
2 campaigns, basically Petersburg and the Petersburg to Appomattox, basically the draw. So this house, this house here, this was abandoned. The landowner used it just for hunting, and we approached him. Well, first off, the previous president reached out and found out that this house was built like in 1750 or something like that. So it was obviously during the war, and did a little more digging and research. Found out that it was used as a field hospital. Found some documentations from I think it was the 144th New York or 114th New York. The surgeon had a journal. He talked about this house. He talked to the owner of the house. He called it the Bachelor's Rest. The Bachelor's Rest. This is his like home away from home. He lived like in Jamestown or Portsmouth or something, but this is his like home in the countryside that he would go visit every now and then. So he got permission to go in, and this is the front side. But we found graffiti in the house. These are remnants of signatures and or drawings from pencils from soldiers that were being recuperating there from the war during the battle. This is another battlefield, but yeah, these are some of the graffiti that was taken from pictures. That's my buddy Josh. That's Zach. It's Nick. I wish I had better photos, but yeah, we cut these out, and they're actually in my basement right now. We're waiting. We're trying to put them into the Sailors Creek battlefield, which is about 5 minutes away. But being a state museum, they don't want any responsibility for it, so we have to get it appraised. It's got to be insured, etc. So that's on the list to get done. This is the Sailors Creek battle painting. He donated it to us so we could raise money and auction it or raffle it off. There's better photos somewhere. Yeah, so that's what the house looked like after we left, after it grew up a little bit more. These are some of the signatures, and we have verified these signatures. They are meant, like, nobody did go up there and was like just dicking around. These names do fit rosters of federal troops from the battle.
That's amazing.
So everything downstairs had been either remodeled or painted over. The only reason these were visible, because the owner of the house was pissed off that his house was graffitied. These were all upstairs in the attic portion, right here, or on the backside as well.
No one wants to go up there, so yeah.
So the house is for the most parts in decent shape, except the rear end. The rear end has just completely fallen off. So that's why we try to get in and save them. I think we paid the owner of the land a little bit of money to, take down some of the wall. We preserved what we could, like the signatures. But the only reason these are showing up is because in the basement they'd either been redone as like drywall or whatnot. This has horsehair and all that in it. Mm-hmm. But these were whitewashed. They weren't completely painted over. So they kind of, over time, the whitewash went away and it came back to light.
Yeah.
So these guys are sitting there just fucking wounded and just bored, and they had a pencil, and then they said, well, if I'm going to die, I want to make my mark. And that was...
Yep. What is it? One of them wrote a quote on there. I'd have to get one of them on because they memorized it. It's something about Jefferson Davis. He were making a poke at him. Let's see. Nope. Mulberry Hill. We've got more photos somewhere. I just got to find them.
That's amazing.
But there's one photo of, like, it looks like a Muppet, or what's that puppet from that comedian, the one that's annoying as shit, the little puppet.
Jeff Dunham.
Yeah, the one
it's
that's
like Peanut.
Chop.
It looks just like that. Like there's hair
like
poking
Peanut.
out. Yeah. It looks like Peanut. It's weird, but we can't figure it out.
Well, maybe the family of whoever drew that, if you can find it, can sue Jeff Dunham.
There's one face there.
Yeah.
But there's a little small.
Did you guys find any cocks?
No, we found not much of the war because, like I said, it had been lived in up till about the 1960s.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it wasn't like abandoned after the war. It was lived in. These papers were like 1970s or something.
Because they found cocks drew on cave walls.
Huh? No, we didn't find any of that. I mean, mostly it was mostly names, and I think the two pictures of like faces.
Yeah. Well, that there was a thing too that they found a while back in like I think it was northern France in a cave that basically they translated it to so and so was here.
Yeah. I remember seeing that.
You're muted, dude. You're muted.
Me?
No, Rob is muted. He's not coming through.
How about now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Did you find a Kilroy?
No.
That's the closest thing we could find was that face.
Right, but like people have been doing the same shit
Oh yeah, yeah.
since we've existed, just drawing shit.
So this was pretty cool. This
Ooh,
house is
nice.
actually still lived in,
Okay.
and there's still battle damage.
Oh wow.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, fucking musket hits. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, lots of them.
Yep.
Rob, have you ever been to Columbia, South Carolina?
No, I've been through South Carolina, but I have not been there.
If you go to the Capitol building, there's still damage from the Civil War when the Union guys were surrounding Columbia,
Mhm.
and they were shooting the fuck out of the Capitol, and the Confederates just went, all right, you know what? To preserve the building, fuck it, we're done. And also they had nothing. So they said, fuck it. But there's a couple places where, is that the one? Oh, that might be the Alamo. I might get him confused, but like, I think there's still a freaking ball in the side of the building, the Capitol
Yes,
building.
it is. Yep.
In Columbia? Yes. So I remember
Because I think they've got like a little placard.
they've got
nailed
stars.
under
They
it.
got bronze
Yeah.
stars
So,
on each.
I don't have them to hand right now, so I can't do it. But maybe next time I've got all those pictures from the UK around Taunton, like the English Civil War. So that castle and all there's a whole pile of buildings all around the area. I've still got damage from the English Civil War. Same thing, basketball.
Yeah.
Same shit.
And then, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is some people like patch it up and shit. I'm like, nah, leave it there. It's part of history. It really is. And it's interesting that, one of our state capitol buildings still has a fucking cannonball stuck in it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Hey, there was no budget. There was no budget to remove it.
but they put a bronze star plaque on.
Yeah, of course, that's cheaper.
But no, it's a nice building. It's a nice, and you can walk around there. And then there's that cemetery. Trey, you know that one, right? Right next to the Capitol building in Columbia. There's that cemetery. I forgot what it's called, but it's like one of the oldest cemeteries in the United States.
Yeah.
And there's like Revolutionary War veterans that are buried there with their families. And it goes, for us, I mean, that's pretty old, of course, but like,
oh yeah, no,
understood. Well, and then, both you guys, Wilmington, North Carolina. If you guys want some cool colonial history, that's a great place to go. It's very low key.
So I did. So it's not countryside, but I did actually make it to Alexandria, which is down your way. That was interesting.
Yeah, Alexandria is pretty. It's pretty good in The Walking Dead too.
I haven't seen The Walking Dead, and I don't watch The Walking Dead. And,
Fuck you, Trey. You fucking
that's
God.
Nice.
Well, neither was bringing up The Walking Dead. So
well, it's in Alexandria, dick. What the fuck, Richard? God, where are these fucking pictures at?
But then, so Rob, have you ever been to the Alamo in San Antonio?
No, haven't been down there.
It's a very small building.
Texas, I made it to Austin. I made it to Dallas.
Okay, yeah, San Antonio is way down south. But like, if you ever get a chance, the Alamo is actually pretty cool. It's a very small building, but there's still musket balls lodged in the walls.
I can believe it.
And I mean, they had a fight there. And it's a pretty cool place because it's right in the middle of San Antonio, like right in the middle of the city.
Yeah,
it's funny because it's like there's skyscrapers around it and shit, and then all of a sudden there's the Alamo.
They left it alone, which is impressive, actually.
They
didn't do eminent domain. Oh no, let's knock it over.
You have to take your hat off before you walk in. They enforce that, and it's like a place of like respect and everything. I'm like, cool. So we went in there, and it's but it's very small. Like everybody thinks it's like this huge building and shit. No, it's.
Oh well, okay. I don't mean to draw a correlation. There is no correlation between these. Last place I was forced to take off a hat to go into and button on my jacket was actually Lenin's tomb in Red Square.
Well, yeah, I can see that. Did you actually get to see his body?
Yeah. Poor fucker has got like this pink light bulb sat above his face about 12 inches away for all eternity. It's like, but yeah, did see it. And Red Square is a lot smaller than people think. I have no idea how Matthias Rust landed a fucking plane in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all.
He flew there and he landed there.
In Red Square.
In Red Square. He landed in Red Square. In a plane. I think it was a Cessna. It's like, what the fuck?
He must He must have
From West
stalled that
Germany.
fucker. He must have
Yeah.
stalled that fucker and then just like did a helicopter landing.
Yeah, from
basically.
West Germany, just like
Jesus. But is anyone preserving latrine graffiti? Oh my god,
Hell yeah.
dude, they should because like they. Oh my god, that's a whole other topic. Like shitter graffiti, whether it's a porta shitter, a regular shitter.
that's an art form.
Yeah, for the military, it's like
That's what gets you to the day, or at least to the shit.
yeah, through the painful dump.
Oh, what you say?
you're
So
about
you're
to
saying
do.
it's good shit? Okay, got it.
No, it's there were oh my god, when we were at Fort Bliss, they had, I wish Jake was still on here. They had a row of porta shitters, right? It was like 12 deep, like at a rock concert or some shit. And then the one on the end had a fucking hole cut in the end. Like a wannabe glory hole, but it's like the one on the end, so like everybody can see you. And at one point, those fucking things were overflowing because
Nice.
the people had come out to service them. And I'm like, I gotta shit like now. So I went to one where I had to hold my nuts up in order to shit without my nuts going into the brown water, the brown and blue water. And because I had diarrhea, I was like, fuck it has to happen. And then I'm looking at the graffiti and like, this guy sucks this guy's cock, hey faggot, how you doing? Whatever, blah blah blah, like on the wall. And then the glory hole's in there, and I'm like, oh fuck. Why did I do this? Why am I here right now?
Because you had no other choice.
Well, no, I had a lot of other choices. That's
But
the problem.
no, there was an explosion going on.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. Like I'm like, and there was one where a guy in our unit tried to like jump up and squat. So he jumps up on the top of this overflowing shitter.
Oh, Andrew, also that is such a great comment. That's a book. That's a book for all time.
I would just have to have a lot. Well, I could actually get them because a lot of people have them and it never stops. This guy tried to jump up. You've been in a porta shitter. All three of us have.
It'll be a series.
Unfortunately,
it's at the top, right? So you can't sit, you can't stand. And so this guy's like, I got to shit. He jumps up on the top to try and squat and shit.
oh god,
He jumps up and you just hear, fuck! You see brown water running out from the front of the door. And he slams the door open and falls, and he's like, "There's fucking," like in the Dumb and Dumberer. He's like,
oh
"There's
god,
shit everywhere. It's fucking impossible."
God.
It was so bad. It was oh god though, and the smell. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I meant to. I think I was going to tell you the other night. Remember we always talked about supposedly there's no recorded instance of U.S. Shermans versus Tigers.
Oh yeah, you said that in the chat.
I found one. Now I haven't gone into the autistic deep dive with it. It was a 743rd. It was I think 3 Shermans versus 1 Tiger, and I don't know if it was Fury-esque, like put this in it, or just load what you can to the fucking gun. They disabled the Tiger by loading HE and hit the track.
I was just gonna fucking say that. Yeah.
Yeah, HE hit the track, knocked it off, and as the crew was still bailing out, they were like, just keep pounding it, and they killed the crew that way. Apparently, later on, the next day or so, or whatever it was after the battle, it was a tank platoon that was attached to the 29th, and they examined the tank, but I think it was like 1,000 meters or something, so it was a good bit off. It wasn't like Fury where it was, we could spit at each other. At that distance, a Panzer IV can be a Tiger, But
well, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
But they said they examined it and it was a Tiger. So I need to look more into it. My book's in the car, but
It's
it was
probably where they got the idea for that whole thing for that movie. Then,
yeah, I've got to say that idea did not come from nowhere. There's got to be some nugget somewhere for it.
Yeah, this was like a little lesser known battle. It was
but the idea that made it into the movie.
Yeah, that's
right.
I don't know where that came from. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
And if they're at 1,000 yards,
yeah,
that's substantial. But also, if it was a Tiger, those Shermans would have been fucked, you know?
You're not going to do
yeah.
anything. You're not going to do
Well,
anything against
I
it.
think it did knock out 2 of them, not to the extent of like blowing up, but
Disabled them.
a round went through, and they're like, "I'm out."
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Mobility kill.
there's an 88 millimeter hole in my armor. I'm out. Fuck this noise.
And we just took this fucking shockwave of that son of a bitch going through there. So
Yeah.
yeah, let's just get the fuck out.
So it's not Cologne.
No,
It's in
Cologne was
between.
bad.
It's in between Cologne and Aachen.
So would that have been
Where's the fucking? So there's the Rhine. Where's the?
after the hurricane? So was that late though?
Yes, it was 40 November, December 44.
They might have been in the hurricane then.
No, it won't hurricane.
The 29th wasn't. No, they were in Bastogne, right?
No, they weren't Bastogne.
The 29th wasn't.
Nah. They missed that. Where the frick is it at? It's probably going to drive me nuts, and I'm going to have to go find it. Go get the book.
Yeah,
So there's Aachen. Maybe it was.
I know Aachen was a fucked up battle for that
Yeah.
city. Holy
I'm
shit!
going to bail out in about 6 minutes.
Yeah,
All
we're
right, bud.
good. I'm about to bail out too, but like,
I'm looking on the map right now.
Thank
So
you.
yeah.
The house stuff is the medical station is really interesting.
Of what?
what?
Trey's been up to? It's-
What?
Yeah, I like saying what.
What?
Hot.
What
What are you
What?
saying? What are you
Dang
saying?
it, Bobby.
What?
There
What?
better
What
be a
way?
naked cheerleader under your bed.
Why are you saying it that way? What way?
Why am I saying what way?
I love that movie. God, I love
Fucking
that
hot
movie.
rod. Oh my god.
God,
yeah.
it's
So retarded.
I'm all jacked up on green tea. It's my hat now. Totally my hat.
But anyway, Rob, this is the boy. He knows people who can get
We'll
you
talk.
hooked up correctly with RevWar.
Yep.
And then you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, they were trying to also get me into doing Hessian. I was like, bro, that's a complete other damn impression, man. That's a new musket and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could just get a brown vest that would go for British colonial militia or civilian,
Yep.
and then just have it. They're cool guns. I
They're
actually didn't
expensive.
fire one. What?
But they're expensive though.
Yeah.
The only downside to all of that is
Define expensive.
a decent one.
An original or replica?
Replica.
Either or. But a replica, a decent replica is about $1,300, and even they're not great.
Not that bad.
If you want to do one, because I was watching a video on a guy who makes them like pours the cast for the butt plate and everything. The money's not it's a little bit more expensive, but the problem is you have to acquire all those parts, and it's a pain because the replicas, the butt is like this big and the original's like this big.
Yeah.
So everything is like slimmed down to make it easier to make and whatnot. Jülich. All right, so there it is. So the city, it was I think it was near Borheim or Kirchberg. I think it was Kirchberg.
So I don't know if you saw me talking about this last time. I did 13th century stuff. So that's not that bad for a primary weapon. It's about the same as a sword, a good one. And then once you start getting to plate and chainmail is fucking expensive because it's handmade and it is very, very labor intensive, especially if you're actually getting a period accurate one. Most chainmail these days is actually made from spring washers with a pair of pliers. But if you want period accurate, that's a whole different.
What's the thing too with RevWar is like if you
I don't know what I did with mine.
You can get stuff. Trey, what do you think about Townsend's for like a military uniform? Like because they're handmade, right?
I don't know about his military uniforms, but pretty much anything else he has is the gold standard. And the dude is a godsend. He is so sweet.
Yep.
He's an amazing person. His stuff is expensive, but that doesn't break my heart because I know it's going to a good dude.
And it's quality.
And
that's
it's
the
very,
key.
very good quality. Yes.
And he does like Have you checked that channel out yet, Rob? Have you had time?
I didn't have John. I've got it in my to watch list.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, because literally he does mostly civilian stuff. But he in his earlier videos he did like military stuff for both the Brits, the colonials, the militia, and just he does mostly civilian life, and it's freaking awesome.
So yeah, here's Ulick. The 29th was around Aldenhoven. I don't know if the towns are still
so if they were trying to replicate, you think? For Fury?
So no, that I have no idea where that came from, but this is where the 29th was roughly at in reference to Ulick.
Where the story he's got.
Yeah, you have the book that I have says that it was around this area. So you have Borheim, Kirchberg, and this wasn't Aldenhoven. I don't know what it was back then. Can't remember. The Koslow was there. But I think second armor was up here. The 30th ID was down here. This was the 29th front. And they were trying to push. And it doesn't do it justice. This is like 3,000 yards from these 2 points. And they're just running. They said the field, it's just flat. Like it's Kansas City flat.
Absolutely no fucking cover whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
And there's a fort here somewhere that they use.
Oh, they were just shooting down on them?
Yeah. From buildings and whatnot. Let's see if there's a...
That's a fucking slaughter.
It was. Yeah. Flat as...
Oh, no. Yeah.
And they were in these buildings and whatnot shooting. Let's see, Kirchberg. But yeah, somewhere over here, there's a fort. They used that. It was like there it is. I think this is it. Son of a bitch.
A street map?
No street view. No street view. See if it'll pull it up here. But they were using that, and they said they turned it completely. Oh no, here it is, right there. Here it is. They had turned this into like a recreational place with like a pool and everything, a concrete pool, and they turned it back into a fortress. So like the changing room for the pool, they turned into a fucking bunker.
It's not good if you got somebody in a fortified like position.
No.
But did they have artillery?
Both sides had artillery. They had mortars and artillery. We had just 105s and 155s, long toms. And our tanks were obviously, completely desolate. They had, I think the platoon, or not the platoon, but the 747 started off with like 64 Shermans. And by the time they got to, I think, Kirchberg, they had 6. But four were operational. Between mines, Panzerfaust, artillery, they were decimated. And then I think the Panzer Grenadiers came in and they were revitalized, and they had the STG, the Wunder weapons and all that shit. So it's a bad time to be a 29er.
Yeah. Germany was not an easy fight.
No,
not an easy fight at all. It was,
and it was November, December of 44, so the weather in this type of area
cold.
And not too great. So like out of the whole month and a half, they had probably a week's worth of air power to be used.
Yeah, so it's just all ground forces. That fucking sucks.
There is a photo in the book. I think it was a fucking Ford Observer. Let me see if I can find it. He took a photo of fucking 4 tigers riding around toward. They were trying to recapture, I think, Borheim, and he was like right here, and he was like, "Click. I need guns." Nuts, man. Like I might die, so let me take a selfie.
I made it this far.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking hell.
Let me see if I can find it, because it's nuts.
Yeah, after this pick, I'm gonna have to take off.
Yeah.
I'm getting fucking sleepy.
Yeah, I
We've
got
been
you.
rolling for almost 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to find it. I'll have to like take a picture of it with my phone and I'll save it for later. But yeah, it's it's very blurry, but you can obviously tell they are not fucking Shermans.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they're probably good 100, 200 yards away, and they're coming up a road at left to right. And this dude's like, click, okay.
Just fucking.
I guess why not? Like, hey, I got a picture of German tanks coming towards me.
Yeah.
All right.
If I think about it, I'll upload to the chat later.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's all good. So.
All right. I'll put together some pictures of the Civil War stuff and some English history stuff.
okay,
Yeah.
cool.
You guys might find that one interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, those red coats came from somewhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
Most support bastards on the front lines were they're no different to anyone else. Officers different story, but
Still shoot the officers. It's not gentlemanly.
Hold on. What is there?
yeah, there is that.
Yeah, that was like a European thing for a while, and then it's like, yeah, nobody gave a fuck. Let's shoot the officers first and the NCOs, because then the enlisted just break ranks because they'd have no
Yep.
fucking command.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not gentlemanly. It's very frowned upon.
No, we're going to have a parlay first. And we're going to discuss how we're going to shoot each other.
Yeah, exactly. Like, cross the field and go.
Yeah, we're going to discuss this, and then we're going to go back, and then we're going to go at it.
I will accept your unconditional surrender, sir.
Let me see if I can find this
Go fuck
shameful
yourself.
plug.
Okay. Well, how?
And that whole conversation was being done in French as well, which is the worst.
Right.
part
Yeah,
about it.
because all the posh people in Europe at that point spoke French, English, and no, it's just French and English.
French and English.
Yep. I was just thinking about that because, like, the Russians spoke French, English, and Russian. The Germans spoke French, English, and
French
German.
and English. If you can speak French and English, you can communicate with anyone in Europe.
Yep. Fuckers. But
Because if you don't learn English, you'll learn French.
and if you don't learn French, you learn English, and if you learn both,
Mhm.
and then you get killed on a battlefield, then it doesn't fucking matter anyway.
Yeah, well, that
Or
happens.
learn German before it learns you.
Fucking Christ. All right. Well,
I'll learn you some German.
you'll learn you some German. Was machst du? Dritte English.
I
Wow.
was trying to find. So two of my buddies, they produce. Actually, hang on. Go to his fucking store. They make
What officers? If you return without your officers, you're in deep shit. They were killed by enemy fire. Yeah, so why did you not protect them? You're off of the high jump.
Yes. Huh, guess what? This rope can be reused several times. And
And it has been. And it will be again.
the French got even fancier, and they're like, this blade can be used several times. And it's
it was
quicker.
the
What?
the two. You never heard of the story?
No,
No.
it's that. It's that.
Yeah, the two fingers, the archery. It's basically this to the French or to the British. No. Yeah.
No, it's the British to the French, is that.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is stronger than this. Much stronger than this.
What-
That's
Really?
fuck off. That's fuck off. That's I'm gonna fuck you up.
Well, I thought the middle finger thing was an English thing because of the fact that you can't draw.
No, it's that. No, it's both.
That's this. Well, yeah.
So the peace sign.
No, that's the peace sign.
So no, you're.
Oh,
pulling
okay.
the
So
boat.
palm out.
Yeah.
Do not ever get that wrong. By the way, if you do this, if there's anyone in the UK watching this, I'm sorry. I know you're flinching right now because it's
No,
taken me
I
years
honestly
to actually
didn't
get
know
it.
that. So this is peace
Yeah,
and,
and that is
victory or whatever.
absolute fucking war.
Okay. I'll start doing this to people then because it's not offensive in the US. I'll just go, fuck you.
No, or allow me to translate. Because peace. No, let me translate. By the way, another pro tip. So we were talking about this before about the small things that give away that you're not actually from there.
Yeah.
So count to 5 on one hand.
Me?
Yeah.
I know how this is gonna go. I already know the answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Except how do we count on one hand to 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? Because otherwise you go 2 things, bang. 2 things.
The more you know. No, I mean, if anybody from the UK is watching, they're not going to get pissed off at you because.
No, they're going to flinch. They understand it.
So that still
Me too.
applies in the UK.
Oh yeah, God, you'll flinch.
So if I go, yeah, I want 2 coffees.
It'll produce a flinch. It will. It'll
Noted.
produce a flinch because
Noted.
the next step from that is it's going to get physical.
So that's because of the archery, correct?
Yeah. Because the French used to cut. So the reason for that is the French would cut off those 2 fingers off the archers, and it's always called the English archers. They're actually Welsh, but Wales, part of England. So they cut off those 2 fingers rather than kill them, because you kill them, who fucking cares? If you cut off the fingers, now they're useless, and you got to get them back home.
And then they get back home and they can't hunt.
Correct. They're useless.
That's okay. That's an interesting fucking fact. I actually did. I knew this was a big deal, but not that. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why people they get that confused all the time.
Well, and I realized, we were taught, like my dad realized this in Iraq. This is the same thing. Because if you get caught stealing or you're accused of stealing, and so if you go like that, it's not good. So, yeah, I wonder. Yeah, so that's weird. Like, so where did the middle finger come from?
I have no idea. It's an American thing.
Huh.
I'm just getting back to the British hatred of the French.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I actually didn't know that. That's actually very interesting.
Yeah. So the other one is bit of history before we wrap up, but Mary Rose. They dug up the Mary Rose, which was Henry VIII's flagship, capsized in the Solent. Badly fucking designed vessel, but basically the bows that they dug up from that had been in the bottom of the Solent and preserved, oak, 300-pound draw weight, not a compound bow.
No, I know it's a long bow.
But they when they dug up the skeletons as well, what happened was, if you actually look at the skeletons, they were actually there was more bone on one side, and the skeletal, basically because you built up to it. Yeah, over a very long period of time. But basically, a full-on war bow is 300 pounds, and if you think about it, the weight of the arrow, it's like which is why firearms took a really long time to take off, because basically you had to get a lot more efficient than that. You could basically fire off 4 times a minute. Every 15 seconds.
Longbowman.
4 times a minute with accuracy.
Yeah, with accuracy. Yeah. If it's volley fire, it's
with volley fire, it's like, and that's basically artillery strikes. Yeah. And you got these heavy fucking arrows with the warheads on them. Yeah. Yeah, that's
gonna punch through any fucking armor. And...
that was the first. Well, not the first, but one of the big technological jumps.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, that's why the Romans had a very rough time, because they were getting nailed at distance and they couldn't see where the fuck they were coming from.
Yeah.
That was kind of, from what I understand, I could be totally incorrect, but it was like guerrilla warfare where they would just go pop, pop, and then they would relocate, and then they were like, where the fuck did that come from? Oh, we got a bunch of guys dead. Yeah. Pop, pop.
Yeah. And then the other thing as well is the accuracy on this stuff.
Yeah,
is like sniper accuracy, like marksman level with a regular firearm.
Well, because they start when they're very young.
No, yeah. So now this is a really fucking fun one. It's still on the books in the UK. Most people in the UK don't know this. If you do not practice archery on the village green from age, I think it's 11, might be 10. I think it's 11 to the age of 60 for 3 hours on the village green every Sunday, the fine is 1 shilling. Which is about 5 pence, which is 7 cents, which doesn't sound like a lot, but back then it would be like a £500 fine, $500 fine, if you're not practicing your archery, if you're a commoner. versus because swords were the noble weapon. So, but that's why the commoners had pikes and also arrows.
Okay.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean,
Yep, warfare. Yeah, we did that too. Yep. Diseased animals, foul the water supplies. Yeah, all that shit. That's normal.
That's not a new thing though. That's been
that's
going
not
on
not a new thing. That goes back to the Greeks.
The archery, I think the only ones, in my opinion, that could give the Brits a run for their money is the Mongols.
Yeah, the Mountain Persians, Mountain Mongols. Yeah, that was a whole different. That's a different thing. That's mobile archery.
But they also had 150-pound draws on theirs. Mobile. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, 150 is nuts.
Yeah, but the other thing as well is they had recurves. So and also bone. So they had compound bows where it's basically using multiple materials, and it's also recurved. So it's actually easier to draw. Well, not easier to draw, easier to hold.
Yeah. Because longbows, when you see it in movies where they're just holding back,
you can't fucking do that. You cannot do that for more than a second or two because it's
release point. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're straight in that.
That's fucking nuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
300 fucking pound draw.
Yeah, with an arrow that's like this long, weighs maybe 4-6 ounces maybe.
Right.
Because also it's going to be the length of your arm. It's not insubstantial.
No, and then when they fly though, it's it's so cool to watch.
The expression "straight as an arrow" is such a misnomer.
Yep. I always say straight as a circle.
Yeah. So actually, coming back to the ordnance and the ordnance department. So the British, the common name in the UK called Fletcher. Smith is blacksmith. But Fletcher is basically arrow maker. Basically the fletchings on the arrows. Before each invasion or each time they go over to on tour, going on tour to France, they would spend a couple of years making arrows, just stocking up. Because once they start letting them go, that you don't really get to use them. You might be able to, but not really. They're
very doubtful. Yeah. Because once they impact anything, they shatter.
Yeah.
Besides,
and also if they hit something, you're not pulling it out.
No.
I think my old archery instructor. So the biggest I ever pulled was like 110, and that was like fucking impossible.
Speaking of, I'm sure you know about it. There was one of the kings got hit by an arrow, and a doctor had a design of tool. That was cool.
I think that was one of the Edwards. Yeah. They cut off the arrow. And they had to. It was stuck in there. You had to work out how to get it out without. Yeah.
There's a video on it. It's pretty neat. Like it's a tool that like sets on it and he like goes in and rotates it and just so it wouldn't do more damage being pulled out. It's nuts.
1066, the last time the UK was successfully invaded, was William the Conqueror, William the First. Harold, was it Harold Hardrada? I think it was Harold, King Harold Hardrada. He was actually killed in the battle by an arrow to the eye, which is apocryphal because that's also got a meaning about envy and stuff, but that's basically the reported thing. So but the recovery, arrow injuries were fucking brutal.
But
so like I was saying, the archery instructor, it's like getting hit by a 357 at 20 feet.
Oh fuck yeah.
You're not walking that off.
Share this real quick.
Is the weapon arrow extractor?
Yes, yep, that's it.
Was Shrewsbury when Prince Hal got hit in the face by arrows. The trouble is, normally this would be a death sentence. However, future King of England, he had to be saved one way or another. The royal surgeons decided that they needed the services of a man called John Bradmore to be able to save
I've seen this.
Life. What he came up with was a 2-part tool, which was these 2 implements here. The thread on the end of the first implement was used to make sure that none of the arrow shaft was in the back of the arrow socket. It also meant, because this arrow was 6 inches deep in his skull, they were able to find the trajectory of the arrow at the same time. The end of the pliers went into the socket. The needle probe was pushed down the middle and pressed into place, and that meant they were able to grip inside the arrow socket and pull the arrow out of his face. This is
fucking genius.
Fucking
Yeah, so
ouch, though.
that's a Bodkin warhead. So that's designed. That type of head is designed to penetrate plate mail. So if you're going against unarmed, then it's flatter and unarmored. It's flatter and basically you're not pulling it out. You're going to basically cause more damage taking it out than putting it in. But that particular warhead was for plate penetrating.
Yeah. It's penetration. It's not damage.
Green tip.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, fuck. I could just imagine that if it's like in his fucking head.
Mm-hmm.
Just the pain. There's no anesthetic at that point.
No.
And it's just fucking
Alcohol, blind drunk. It's the only way out.
But then your blood thins, which they knew at the time. But like,
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, that's
The other bigger problem is infection.
Right, exactly. And so pour alcohol in that.
Yeah.
That's your best bet, and then wrap it up and make sure it's. Oh my god. That's
but
fucking...
he's very lucky that it wasn't a Harold thing because basically that literally went straight into the eye and basically done.
Yeah.
That was the end. That was the end of the invasion. So the other one is the French. The French basically their response was crossbows, and so they had windlass crossbows. So they actually had even higher firepower. The draw on that was fucking ridiculous, and it was actually required less skill to actually use. So that was a great thing. The fire rate was fucking terrible by comparison.
Yeah, because they had that crank that they had to use.
Yeah, windlass.
Yeah, the windlass. Yeah, but it's like
there's like a stirrup at the front. So basically, it's like there's a stirrup, and you put that on the ground. You put your foot on it, and you
put it. Yep, and then you crank it, and then get it to draw. And then you put the bolt in there, and then but the bolt was pretty fucking accurate.
Okay, so exactly. It was accurate. It was more like a rifle, but the rate of fire was so much lower. That was the problem. But unskilled users versus skilled users. That's the dynamic.
Well, it's just like musketry.
Yeah.
Somebody who's skilled can get 4 rounds.
Here's a fun one. So you use bolt, which is correct word, versus arrow. Do you know what the old word for a bolt was? This is great.
No.
A quarrel. An argument. Send a couple of quarrels my direction. A couple of arguments.
Nice.
Jesus. Yeah. Like, I mean, but then, so, okay, you said 2 rounds a minute? On average?
Four for a bow.
And then it drops down to 2 for a or a arquebus at that point.
Yeah.
And
that's one of my pet peeves, like in the older films, the newer films, they talk about older series, is when they have the bow and arrows, fire, like there's no fire whatsoever. It's loose.
It's loose, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But loose. But again, so the whole idea for volley fire with muskets or firearms, that originally came from arrows as well, because basically you
saturate the field.
You can saturate the field, or you can do volley fire, which is slightly more aimed. You've got a little bit more time to actually pick your targets, but you've got three ranks of guys doing it.
Yeah, it's fucking. Oh, it's fucking brutal. That's disgusting. I mean, how do you counter that?
You don't.
That's what I mean. Like
you die. That's what happened to Agincourt. That was particularly, and the French were really pissed about that because you wiped out all the nobles with your fucking peasants. What the fuck are you doing? It's like,
hey,
sorry,
you play stupid
we
games,
don't like
you. Stupid prizes,
Yeah, we don't like you.
Yeah. Fuck
but
off.
Last little point, which is the English archers are actually the Welsh archers.
Nobody likes the Welsh, even though everybody does.
Check the private chat real quick.
I already sent it to him on Discord.
Okay, cool.
So he's got the resource now.
That's his Civil War. That's his Civil War thing. If I'll they'll probably sleep now, but he has a Facebook group that just deals with.
He doesn't have Facebook, so
okay.
I don't have. Facebook.
Well, he's got his emails on there too, so you can just send him.
I'll find him and I'll give him a call.
Yeah.
And I'm like, who's this weird English guy calling me up about this stuff?
Trey, I was telling Rob the other day, like, because of his accent, it's more Americanized, and it sounds like he can literally do anything colonial period, anything, and that'd be fucking awesome. Yeah, the hair, the correct hair.
Yep.
So that's going to be really cool, and you can also get period correct spectacles too. And
That would help.
you can have your optometrist cut the lenses.
No, or I can just wear contact lenses. I do that as well. But
Contacts
yeah.
suck at events.
Yeah, because of black powder in the air, it'll
Yep.
irritate the shit out of you. So you might want to get opticals.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair
you can get them.
You could do both. I would suggest. Well,
Yeah.
you could try the contacts at first, but even in civil with the percussion caps, like you're firing, and that one cap just throws
Yeah.
the smoke or
Mercury
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever in your eye or the black, because that's what pisses me off too. People will clean their muskets, but they'll saturate the barrel with oil,
Mhm.
which doesn't mix well with gun or black powder because
Yeah.
it's wet. It won't burn, so it just fizzles. So it just flies out the barrel, still kind of sparking and whatnot.
Yep.
That
Well, it
crap
looks
gets you in your
pretty.
eye, and it freaking hurts. It stays in there for a good hot minute.
No pun.
Yeah, the
intended.
blasting cap. Yeah.
Yeah, they're originally mercury fulminate. I don't know what they make them out of now, but yeah,
Probably
the
the
blasting
same.
cap. Yeah, that was so funny.
Oh my
Blasting
god.
cap.
All right. Let's wrap it up.
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you. Good chat.
Yep.
What's the keyword that people who are watching Expose Facto should type into the comment section?
Coral.
Coral? Yeah, I like that. Coral. If you can spell it right, extra points. So,
What?
all right.
What?
Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you probably next Friday. Deuces.
Deuces.
Take care.
Oh shit, I didn't hit that.
Cheers.
All right.